I've got a drawer full of pickle on that.
I'll get you.
Yeah.
Ready whenever you want. You gotta leave it, I think.
Yeah, I'd like to see we have a new conservation officer, now,
Yeah.
somebody professional conservationist on that committee. Or counseling that committee. I haven't met her yet, so I need to probably do that. That's all right. I don't hold that against my.
Deborah, do we have specific times on the public hearings?
When we're having them, no, in the notice itself, it just says the meeting is during the meeting, and we start at 5:30, so
Okay.
it's just,
And Bryce is going to be here to talk about the thing, or are you talking about it?
No, Bryce will be here
Okay.
for,
Okay, cool. No worries.
the rain, traffic, I didn't play with bumper cars.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
Can't do it.
No worries. Okay. Well, we'll hit it when he gets here. We can move stuff around if we need. All right. So let's call this meeting to order at 5:30. We'll start with a roll call.
Sheena Martinez, District 1.
Paul Carey for District 2.
Joe King, District 3.
David Mertz from District 3 is not going to be here tonight.
Congratulations,
Or,
David.
sorry.
Yeah, he has a good reason.
Yeah, congratulations on the new Papa again.
Yes.
Herb Dyer, District 5.
And Darren Schroeder, Mayor. All right, so next, let's please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and then remain standing for the invocation. First to the United States flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
and the Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
We have Pastor Cobb from Calvary Fellowship. Please remain standing. Please remain standing. Thank you.
I'd like to read from Proverbs 16, verse 3, and it reads, "Commit to the Lord whatever you do, and he will establish your plans." Let's pray. Heavenly Father, again, we thank you for tonight in this city council meeting. Father, bless this meeting, bless the members, bless our community, bless our city, and the business that's conducted here tonight. Father, may their work and what they do be committed to you, and may there be unity in every decision that's made tonight. Father, we thank you for the rain, and we ask you to continue to bless us, Lord, with the rain and relieve us of this drought. Father, we love you so much. We give honor, praise, and glory to your holy name. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thanks. Thank you, Pastor
You
Cobb.
know, when there's a special mascot that attends the game and the team wins, and you just say, all right, you're the mascot from now on, I kind of feel like, because the pastor prayed for rain last time I was here.
Nicely
We've
done.
been blessed with it. And if it continues, I just think we're going to have to keep it coming. Yeah, but
We can definitely use it. All right, next item, we have citizens' comments. If anybody would like to speak for citizens' comments, please state your name and your address, and let's try and keep our comments to 3 minutes or under.
Kyle Fay, 307 Madrid, Castroville. Yes, you know why I'm here, and y'all are working on the budget and everything, and I see that there's been some upgrades in it. Let's hope it's for the animal control. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, anybody else like to speak for citizens' comments? All right. Next item is consent agenda. On the consent agenda, we have minutes for August 8th, 2023 regular called city council meeting, the quarterly investment report, the quarterly finance report, and rescinding the juvenile curfew ordinance. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'd like to pull item D for discussion.
Okay.
I'm sorry, item what?
We're going to pull item D for discussion.
D wasn't in the packet.
It should be in
It's
this
sitting
handout, I
on
believe.
top.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve A, B, and C?
So moved.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
I'm going to abstain from, because I wasn't here for the audit.
Okay, thank you. All right, then we'll talk about rescinding the juvenile curfew ordinance. This is by, I think it's a change in state law that doesn't allow this anymore, is that correct?
That's correct.
I guess I should be looking at you.
And any of us will answer, yes, sir.
Yes.
So what you have in front of you, and I apologize, anyway, so I sent it out via separate cover early this morning, and then I printed it out to have at each of your stations. What you have is the ordinance that will repeal it, and then what will be repealed. So that's all that strike through that you see, that all of that goes away, and we would send that to our, does our ordinances?
Oh, muni code.
Muni code. We
Once
send that
it's
muni code, and
completed.
they'll
So related to the state law, they just simply said you can't have curfews anymore for juveniles.
That is correct.
Black and white.
Black and
Father
white.
knows best.
Yes, yes. And regulation has to goes into effect September 1. I didn't anticipate that we were going to be able to slide this one under the wire, so where I have retroactive, it will just be effective September 1.
Okay. So any further discussion, or do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we rescind the juvenile curfew ordinance.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. All right, we're going to skip around just a little bit. We're going to go now to item 15. Is it 15? Oh, yes, item 15. And this is update from Animal Services and council direction on the standard operating procedure. And for this, we have Devin, I believe.
And Josh.
And Josh.
Good evening.
Carl.
I actually have Josh and Curl here. Best to hear their update from them. In my personal opinion and from what I've heard from our citizens, we've made some major advancements in our code compliance, but also animal services department. I'm very proud of what they've brought, their passion and compassion for our citizens and also the animals that we interact with on a daily basis. So let me pass it on to Josh and Curl.
How are y'all? Just wanted to give you all an update as to where we were. Pretty much the animal shelter was unusable when we inherited it. We got it up and running. We got it to where we can hold upwards of 16 animals at a time. We had to do maintenance on it. We had to clean it, and we're very proud of where it is right now. But there is much more room for improvements. Another thing that we ran into when we first inherited the department was documentation. There was none. We were pretty much starting from scratch with documentation, making out new forms, and the like. And we posted, we gave you all a report that has the before and after pictures of everything as well. Partnerships, we work with various groups around the city and in the county to try to push more of a saving the life of the animals policy, to where we aren't just euthanizing animals, we're actually trying to get them into homes. And we also have another group that we're interested in partnering with to where we could probably get some grants for the department. So, do y'all have any questions for me at all?
Any questions?
No, I like the report. Thank you very much.
I gotta ask when you feed the dogs, what time in the morning?
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock, because as you're walking down the park in the morning, you can hear all those guys. They all sound like the same.
We try to keep them on a schedule
Yeah.
so everything is easier on them and less stressful. So
Mary asked, why are they barking? I said, it sounds like they're being fed, so that was fine.
that's it.
Queuing
They
up.
saw the food coming.
Yeah, but in seriousness, I saw what you all upgraded to.
there's a lot more to be done.
This is a tremendous step forward from our request.
Yes.
And we just hope to have y'all support with whatever we decide to go with in the future. You've seen where we were and then what we are at now, and I hope you trust us to be able to grow with the city, the department as well.
Josh, you're not relieved from duty yet. There's a couple of things. One, I appreciated your accolades for Terry Satterwhite. You know, I do think we have a fantastic team, and at this stage, with all that's been going on in the city, it would be difficult for me to be more proud of the work that the city is, that our employees are doing across the city. Y'all have been phenomenal, so I really appreciate what you're doing. There's other things that are not related to animal services that, you know, you and Curl have been behind the scenes doing that has been made a noticeable difference in the community. And, you know, the specific thing that jumps to mind is the brush cleanup and the Project Clean Slate, or whatever y'all called it, where you went and picked up non-compliant piles and you know, stuff that people weren't supposed to put out, but they put out anyway, and you disposed of it. And that was not a small amount of effort. It wasn't a small amount of work. It was done when it was 110 degrees. So we picked the perfect weather for trying to do this in. But I just really appreciate the amount of times and the way you've gone the extra mile. I thought that I was under the impression anyway that we needed some council direction about some of the policies with respect to when and how to euthanize animals, how many animals to house, how long we should house animals, that kind of stuff. That is not what we're here to talk about tonight.
No, it is
Okay.
not. It was something that it was an issue that we ran into earlier, but we figured it out. So.
Okay, so will you be, I mean, is that something we need to get into in the future? We need to talk about some of these things, or?
I would say right now it's not an issue,
Okay.
but maybe later on things could change.
And people want us to start catching cats, I understand?
Yes. Well, the thing about our facility is it's really not set up to take in cats.
Right. And catching cats is a whole other thing.
Herding cats is
I
another.
have 2 of them that I own. I can't catch them.
Oh no, it's not that hard to catch them. So, but finding out what you want to, finding out what you want to do with the cats afterwards, that's where the problem comes
Right.
in. So, again, we're trying to save lives of the animals. We're not trying to go and euthanize animals. What we've been doing is trying to recommend to people that they go more to like a humane society or to a rescue first. If it comes down to it, we will take them in. Again, we try to adopt them out, but
Yeah.
or foster them, but
We have a lot of cats.
we do.
That's
And
one of the problems.
that's with the Best Friends group that's outlined in our report. We are hoping that will help to alleviate some of that stress on.
We don't have as many as some of the communities I've worked in, but we still have our fair share. The other thing I want to encourage y'all to look into, well, you know, this, while council is, we're talking about these things, is I know that there are grants out there for adoption related facilities and services. And what specifically, and this was some years ago, but I was at a conference, I think it was a TML conference, and there was a Parks State Association meeting that I was invited to. I went and listened to it, and they were talking about all the different grants that are available, and they had 3 or 4 different examples of people who bought these very large trailers and trucks to pull the trailers to go and do adoption days at Walmart or Target, or you know, they do it around the community. And so I think that's something that may help us when we talk specifically about, you know, needing something that because we know that it's going to be some time yet before we're able to build a facility that really can serve as an adoption center. And in my mind, the best solution, the best interim solution to that is to have something like a trailer that you can put the animals in. You can go, you know, it's the ones I've seen anyway. You know, there's a door on one end, and public can actually come in and be inside the trailer and view the different animals. And you can fill out all the adoption paperwork there.
Yes, the ones that I've seen, they actually have they have all the animals in cages on the inside.
Yeah.
And a door folds up, and then it's glass, so you can see on the outside and then walk in and.
Right. Yeah, I've seen different configurations. So
Yes.
anyway, that's the type of thing I would like to see us try and pursue. I think that with the level of support we have in the community among Kyle McVeigh and the other groups that are actively working to address animal-related issues, I think we've got that's one of the biggest things, that you need to be able to get those types of grants, is they want to see that there is public support for this. So something we'll probably have to continue to pursue, right?
Absolutely, and it all kind of starts with that best friends group that was in my report.
Excellent.
And hopefully that's what that leads to, so.
Well, thank you.
And
And
Councilman Carey.
Adjustment to the ordinance as stated, but once we get all the details, then we will come back at a later time and bring it down.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Councilman
Councilman
Carey?
Carey has a question.
Indigenous animals, well, I know that you relocate skunks, how about raccoons?
All of that stuff, yes. It's mainly just dogs, cats, and ferrets that I'm legally,
The last couple of nights, I've had a family of raccoons wandering around the property, so I'm going to probably have to.
that's fine, call me and I'll bring you a trap.
6.
6 of them? However many you need, it's fine with me.
The peacocks finally went home.
The peacocks.
Oh, they did?
How many traps? We have a fair number of traps, right?
We do, yes.
Yeah.
Some of them are a little more usable than others, but
Yeah.
the first week that I was here, I was fixing traps, so.
They've been raiding my bird feeders, so.
Yeah.
Do you have retail
like
cat
birds.
encounters?
I've caught
I've lost a lot of
Yeah, I
chickens.
saw
to them.
one for the first, I've been here 2 years. If people told me they were here, they told me the porcupine's here. I haven't seen a porcupine yet.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
But
yeah.
I have seen, I finally saw a ring-tailed cat. First time.
It's not a lemur.
No. It kind of looks, it looks like a little squirrel that jumps around.
I have a picture of one on my phone that I caught about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. All right, awesome.
Question for you, on the partnership that you're looking at doing, what kind of grants are you going after with that? Or what kind of grants are available through that?
Right now, what we're looking at, it's to address the cat problem, or the cat population problem. It's a TNR program. So it's going to be a trap, neuter, release program to where we aren't euthanizing the cats, we're catching them, getting them fixed, so that they aren't having more and more babies.
And they do that quickly.
Yes.
They get out of hand real quick. All right, great. I think that you guys are doing a phenomenal job. I echo what Scott was saying about all of the extra effort that you're putting into this. It's very obvious. It's obvious that you're out in the community and talking to, like, Petunia's Rescued Friends. I know that there's a lot more that we can do. To Kyle's point, there's a lot more that we can do. But you guys are really setting the standard for us getting to that point. So we're really looking forward to that. Let's keep on looking for extra money to be able to support that. Did you have another?
Yes, can I suggest that one of our upcoming utility newsletter highlight some of the references? Because I think it's a big thing, everybody throws all these rumors out, and I think people can be a little bit proud of what you all have done, so maybe we can highlight something.
Yeah, great idea.
Darren Ham begs for articles, so.
I'm not gonna write it.
That's what I said, we just need someone to write it. So
I'll write
Devin
it, it's
or
okay.
Josh can write it.
You gotta volunteer.
I'll write it, it's fine. And then another point that I just want to make before my time is over with y'all, please push people to our Facebook and our Nextdoor. All of the dogs that I have for adoption are on there. If anybody is needing a dog, we're trying to save lives, push them towards us.
Wonderful.
Yeah, great job on that, too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Carol.
Thank you.
All right.
Back on schedule.
Yeah, I think I'm going to take this around just a little bit. Any objection to me moving the airport up, since we've got, I saw Bryce? We're going to move the airport, and then we'll get back on schedule. So item number 12, we're going to discuss the draft airport zoning regulations. We're going to have Bryce talk to us about this. Now, this is something we dealt with last year. We had some really interesting times with some creative ordinances, and so the city, in response to a responsibility for the airport, a responsibility as community members, we're just trying to make sure that we're doing things very carefully, very methodically, doing what is required by the FAA, but doing what is right for the people that share our community. So this is an effort to do this. I really appreciate the time and effort that Bryce and the whole team has put into this. This is for discussion only. We're not making decisions. We are going to slow roll that and make sure that we're communicating that really well. And I think that what we've gotten to is a lot more reasonable than what we had before. So thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor. Great to see everyone. Great to be back. I'm glad that I brought the rain with me.
Thank
See
you
if
very
you
much.
have me down here some more. Rain the whole way, which is fantastic. So this evening, I just kind of want to go over where we are at and some of the updates that we've made since the last time we all talked about this. Perfect. So Deborah's got this up and going for me. You go ahead and advance it 2 slides.
Yeah, I was going to give you a remote so you can do that.
Scott's your Vanna.
Right? You don't want to be my assistant, Scott?
I'm so sorry. For you.
And on this slide.
All right. If you just the arrows will advance it.
All right. So there's 2 major components to our airport regulations that we're going to talk about tonight. The first one will be airport hazards, which is actually even something the city is already regulating on the books within inside the city limits. These are going to be things like height of structures, interference, and that's both electrical, radio, and visual interferences, lighting, and sound attenuation. The lighting and sound attenuation are new. That's not something currently on the city's books. But what we've done is we've put together, and originally the Joint Airport Zoning Board, in working with them, kind of put a lot of this together in concept. But more or less we have certain areas, and I'll jump ahead 1 more slide so you can kind of see. These are the hazard zones. A lot of these are dictated by the FAA and guidance that they give. This map originally comes from KSA and some airport planning that they've been doing with the city. And so these are the zones that we talk about when we look at hazards. There's approach zones, there's primary surface, there's horizontal surface, and then there's conical surfaces. Most of these things are actually also described in a 3-dimensional manner. A lot of times you hear the term upside down wedding cake or a stadium, because as we work further away from the runway, for example, the height will actually go up. So the closer you are to the airport, the smaller you can be, the further away it goes up. For the most part, as we start to get really far away from the approach zones, we're talking at like 120, 150 feet before regulation starts. And that'll be not necessarily above that current grade, but above the mean airport elevation. And so it can differ based on topography. Luckily in this area, a lot of this stuff is relatively flat until we get close to the river and it drops down. And so these are the areas that we're already kind of looking at. With your new study, the areas have expanded and gotten larger that the FAA allows, and so we'll have updated language for that as well. One of the new pieces that's proposed relates to lighting, and predominantly it's just written in a way to say you've got to have downward-facing lights that are hooded and shielded. We don't want upward-facing lights or spotlights that are potentially going to cause interference with night flights.
Which is a good thing to preserve our night skies anyway.
Absolutely. It works in line with a lot of the city's desire to become a dark skies community and things like that. These regulations go hand in hand. Again, we're regulating under the guise of airport hazard, so we're not going to go quite as far as we would maybe in the city where we talk about, specific light ratings at property lines and temperature or color of lighting and things like that. It's going to be muted just a tad. The other thing that we've added in is looking at doing sound attenuation. We see this a lot in a number of areas that have high traffic airports. So around military bases where they have
Fighter jets.
air installation overlays, things like that. A lot of times because when they're doing flights, people aren't home, and then they get home, and they're like, oh my gosh, it's like I live next to the airport, and it's crazy, and there's, living next to San Antonio International, and there's just flights over my house the whole weekend. And so what we've found works relatively well is getting folks, when they do new construction, to accommodate some sound attenuation and reduce the overall decibel level between inside and outside. Luckily, with the current energy codes, most new construction is already going to meet this on the residential side to begin with. So it's not super onerous, but it is intended to kind of help with that complaint that can always cause issues with municipal airports. It's even worse with federal installations because they end up racking up a bunch of complaints.
Now, Bryce, something else that the prior board recommended that is actually built into the development agreement with Flat Creek, which is on the agenda for tonight, is having the enforceability is the challenge we talked about, but yeah, at least it's in an agreement, is having the owner sign an acknowledgement that I know I live next to an airport, I know that sounds can be an issue, whatever. And it's something that it's the type of thing that the FAA would like to see. So that way when they have complaints, we can say, no, look, this is that they've acknowledged that they live next to an airport and they know that sound could be an issue.
Yes, so we've had that in previous drafts. We actually pulled it from the most recent, after Cynthia did a ton of research on this. We found that there isn't going to be a way that we've been able to find that's actually going to make those requirements enforceable. So if we want to leave something like that in there, we can leave it potentially as suggestive language, which we have a hard time enforcing it. One thing that we can enforce, though, is putting a plat note on the plat that they're within the airport area, and that is an item that we have in the code.
Okay, perfect.
Scheduled to say, hey, at least here's this plat note. Typically, when folks then do surveys, a lot of those plat notes get transmitted to individual surveys, so we're hoping at least some of this gets caught. I know we've also talked in the past about potentially doing, when we establish the overlay areas, potentially doing like street sign toppers or other things like that just to kind of draw attention to, hey, you're in the flyover zone for the airport, just kind of be aware.
And I'm going to fine tune that Bryce's response just a little bit. To the extent that those things exist via development agreement, that's a separate matter from what Bryce was talking about regarding establishing an actual regulation that would allow us to control that. So just kind of it's a legal hair there, but it is a very fine distinction. Whatever is agreed to via development agreement is one thing because that's contractual.
Well, those essentially become easements, or they are easements, and they can be shown on the development plats as an existing easement, and that will definitely get them picked up by the title industry and conveyed onto the final records. So yeah, it's a good idea.
Exactly.
And so that's the hazards piece. The other side of this, and we can jump back and forth as you all have questions, please feel free to interrupt me midstream, or we can hammer them at the end as well. The next piece that we're looking at is land use compatibility. And this is actually kind of a tough one for the city because this is where all of the great commentary from the FAA and TxDOT fizzles out a little bit because this is really a policy-based piece for each individual city to look at. So in the most recent meetings with TxDOT, their recommendation was to model the land use compatibility off of some similar nearby airports, one of which they gave us was New Braunfels National Airport, which is bigger than Castroville Municipal, but is situated relatively close to town in a way that shares some of the same concerns that y'all do with compatibility, especially as we look at residential structure compatibility.
Well, one concern on that, though, is not all the land around our airport is within our city limits.
That's correct.
It's the same thing.
So it's the same thing in New Braunfels, and we'll talk even more about regulation in just a minute. Yeah, the difference for New Braunfels is that local government code gives certain authorities to cities that are greater than 40,000 population to regulate land within their ETJ or within their city limits as it relates to airport hazards and land use compatibility. So while we always kind of go through the whole thing of there's no zoning in the county, this is kind of that exception where state law gives authority to both the county or joint airport board, or in certain cases the city, to regulate that land use just up to the point that it is for land use compatibility. So we can't say, hey, this is exactly what you have to do in traditional zoning sense, but we can say these are things which we've deemed incompatible at these areas with the airport, and so you can't do them. So what we've proposed, and I apologize that we got the draft out to y'all super late, that I will own that it just took me a little longer to get everything together, but luckily we're at discussion, and these are all the good high points in that draft that you received. So we've modeled the land use very similar to the New Braunfels National Airport. It's scaled back significantly from the original proposal by the Joint Airport Zoning Board. The primary focus of all of what we've looked at is mainly residential land use compatibility. So the concern that we always have with compatibility in airports is dense amounts of, let's say, residential dwellings that are in very close proximity to approach zones, because that's where the Air Force has data for the most plane crashes on takeoffs and landings. Right, so typically planes aren't just falling out of the sky. Most of the crashes happen on approach or on takeoff. So with that, this is the original boundary map for that the Joint Airport Zoning Board came up with. So you'll see it's overlaid on top of the hazard areas, but the big rectangular blocks that are labeled as A1, B1, C1, and C2, and C3, those are the original areas that they were looking at regulating land use. We've scaled that back a bit, and now, and I apologize for my super crude graphic, what we're now looking at is regulating the approach zones, the primary surface, and the transition surface. So these are the same areas that New Braunfels National Airport is regulating. They're not regulating anything beyond those pieces on either side. So as you can kind of see from the graphic, and I apologize, the resolution's a little bad on the transition zone, but it's more or less that block that was originally in the A1 zone. It's actually going to go a little bit further out, and along the far edges in the middle, it tapers in just a tad.
What are the measurements on this? I think
Sure.
you measure the...
So the primary surface is your runway, I believe, plus 200 feet on either side, and it's, I believe, 500 feet wide. The approach zone, as shown, is 10,000 feet from the end of the primary surface to the end of the approach zone, and then it widens up, obviously, as you get there into that funnel.
So that's how long, how wide is it?
Yes, let me go back one and see if I have a rough approximate width.
Yeah, I didn't see that on any of the documentation, how wide the was.
I don't have one, but I can get you that information.
Okay. I think on your draft, you just had X's there. I'd like to understand what that looks like, because ultimately what we need to do is get that onto a map that people can read, overlay that onto like the county map, so that people could see where exactly they fall inside of there.
Exactly. And one of the zones I'm not showing on here that we may want to look at is a clear zone. There's specific guidance in a really huge FAA manual that will probably look to KSA helping us out establish that, but it'll be an area directly off the ends of the runway that'll encroach into this new A1 zone, just right off the end, which we are looking to limit kind of all vertical development on. Ideally, that's going to be area that is probably already encompassed within the airport property. So the airport most likely already has control of that area, which will be great. And then the A1 will just start on the other side of that clear zone. And that's the area that I've got kind of highlighted with a bunch of X's, because I will need some additional guidance from KSA in setting that up to make sure that we're in compliance with the advisory circular from the FAA on that piece. So this is broken out into thirds. So each of those sections is roughly 3,333 feet long, thereabouts. And I'll jump ahead one more slide and then we'll come back. So the proposal that we're looking at doing for land use in those zones, the primary zone, again, is that primary surface that's around the runway, that's completely on airport property. That's just going to be limited to those land uses which are in the airport's master plan, either currently or as it may be amended. So these are, the hangars, the flight operations. I think there's some business allowance in there as well, those kinds of uses. And that's also going to be controlled by the city inherently because of the ownership of the airport. The next part, which is not shown on that map, is that clear zone, if we want to adopt one. It may look, or it may be after we start working it out, that it's not completely needed because this airport already owns that property and thus has control over it, so it's not as big of an issue. And then as we get into that approach one zone, what we would say is a non-conforming land use is residential, so we don't want to see residential in the A1, but you could have it as undeveloped or rural agriculture as a land use, any commercial or retail or industrial. And keep in mind that all of these land uses would actually overlay on top of the city zoning. So if the city is zoned, further back as we get into the A2 and A3 zone, we already have single-family residential there, then the other land uses that are mentioned inherently would not be allowed. So this will stack with the city zoning inside the city limits.
So the clear zone that we're talking about is basically what I've seen on the airport master plan is the RPZ?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and so on the south side, I believe we have a navigation easement with you guys? Yeah, and then on the other side, we have our own property, which is about, I think, the same area. So as long as it stays within that,
Yes, and I don't think it's going to calculate to be too large, but it would be should be fully within that A1 zone to begin with, and just kind of that first portion of a few hundred feet.
Okay.
After the end of the primary zone.
And like I said, we'll get a map so that everybody can see this, especially as it pertains to each one of your properties, and we'll have that discussion before we go any further with this.
Absolutely.
And then we're talking, and if you can go back and forth, when you talk about the zone and then go back to the
Yeah, so that first A1 zone right is coming right off the highway for the most part. There's no development within it currently. We've not gotten all the way to the highway yet in that first zone.
In A1?
Yes.
So that one extends basically into the middle of Walmart, and there is currently commercial development scheduled in that area, and a little bit of residential up in the very, very top that's already, I mean, this is one of the main reasons that we did this, because I don't think that the city looked at this when they had initially approved the development to see where this would fit, but that's going to be grandfathered in.
Correct. So, and that's why we have listed it as non-conforming. So anything which is existing already at the time of adoption of any regulation would already be non-conforming. So if we've got development agreements in place, or folks have already built homes or pulled permits for homes, or anything like that, all of that would be grandfathered in. It just is what it is.
Well, I think in the A1 that's depicted right there, I don't believe there's any residential in it.
There's a little bit. If you look at the very top left corner on the left side, there's a little bit of, there's a little bit of that subdivision. Most of the front of that one is going to be commercial, but there is a little bit where it encroaches on where it's going to be residential.
Okay.
And go back to the land use regulations. So A1, because on the other side, we have their property and they have homes on it. And so how do we, I guess we'll have to take a look at it.
Come in as non-conforming because they pre-existed the ordinance. So.
Okay.
Yeah, so existing things can become in as non-conforming. Again, we can look at tweaking this as well if you want to look at even splitting up the A zone further to allow very limited residential. We can look at that also. Potentially look at having slightly different standards on each side of the runway as necessary as well.
Right.
All of those things are up for discussion as the council sees fit.
Okay. I think that's something that we can get into, especially making sure that we're not, I mean, we have families that have farms out there that are building homes for their kids, for their grandkids, for their families, basically. And it's not, like, most of what this regulation is for is what's happened on the north side of 90, which is massive subdivisions and trying to get some kind of control over that so that it doesn't present a danger. But on the other side, we got to make sure that we're not.
Absolutely. Rural homestead style development is still relatively compatible in these areas because it's sparse enough, right? We're not talking about full neighborhoods kind of packed in or anything like that. It's the occasional house here and there, and that's a much lower risk.
Okay.
So
All right.
all of that will work.
So we just need to, after we identify who's impacted by this, we need to collaborate with them and just, figure out what the right wording, what the right mix is with that.
Absolutely. The next zone that we have is the A2 approach zone. And so this goes from about the middle to back end of Walmart, further out past through the city limits, and then even beyond the city limits. This area is proposed at allowing for undeveloped rural agriculture, residential at a density not exceeding 3 dwelling units per acre, commercial, retail, and industrial. Again, this is something that we'll have to check against the Alsatian Oaks Development Agreement, seeing where all of that sits. My recollection is it probably still works in there. I don't think it was it much more dense than that? Okay. So density at 3 units per acre, and again, that non-conforming piece is any existing density which is greater than that. Sometimes we just have what we've got. It's trying to not continue to perpetuate it necessarily. So just residential density is kind of the non-conforming piece there, greater than 3 acres. On the A3 zone, we're bumping it up to 6 units per acre on residential at the maximum. I don't know that we've had any requests that are greater than that I'm aware of at 6 units per acre. So at that point in time, you're really starting to look at like true apartment complexes and multifamily, or much denser single-family development on very small lots.
Right.
And so that goes.
The irony is that what we're pushing for in the form-based development and that type of stuff, where you would have ADUs and you would have a mixture of uses and that kind of stuff, in the direct flight path would be completely incompatible.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But I think a lot of that is proposed outside of these protection zones.
Yeah.
Outside of A1, A2, A3.
Like you and Bryce Wolf, I need to look at this on a map and really overlay, like, I would like to overlay Alsatian Oaks,
Yeah.
overlay the platted areas that they've already platted, do a unit count, because we can do that very easily. And I mean, there's just more work to do.
Yeah, we're looking at it right now on Paul Carey's survey thing.
That's the county appraisal district.
Yeah.
When can we expect this drawing to be overlaid on the GIS system to scale? Because that's really what everybody wants to see.
It'll take me some time. First is to nail down what we did last time was we did a lot of work to get that on the GIS, and now we're throwing it away because we can't reuse it. So what we really need to do is nail down first what the limits, what you're wanting to do, how big are each of these zones, how they impact it. So what we can try to do is do our best fudging to figure out where it goes, and then you all help us make those decisions. Okay, well now this is what that needs to look like. Then once we feel like we've got
No, I disagree with that. We can't do it like that, because if we don't identify all the property owners that are inside of here, I mean, this is pretty straightforward.
I'm not saying don't do that though.
It's a specific length and a specific width, and I mean, I could do that. We don't have to do it on GIS.
That's what I was saying. We're not going to do it. We can do that without, if we can get that, I can give you that level of detail, so we're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
But before we put it in GIS, we need to make a decision with that level of detail that you're talking about, and then the final stage should be to put it in GIS, in my opinion, because that's once the ordinance is adopted and we actually have it, and we're saying, this is it, guys, this is what.
How much work does it actually take to put that in GIS if we're talking about because this seems pretty straightforward. A length and a width and putting a cone on there should be not that much work.
We can do it on Google Earth in an hour.
That's what's missing out of here.
Yeah, I guess we can do it on Google Earth. I just want to make sure that
That's what we've been doing. So that's what I'm saying. We can do it on Google Earth. We can fudge it on Google Earth, but.
we just need to make sure that we're identifying which property owners. And I'd really like to, send them an invitation to come in and take a look at the restrictions, the regulations.
Are we doing this before we stick it through the zoning process?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to understand.
Yeah.
I want to be crystal clear with us, that's what we're doing. So y'all are saying before we even take this to zoning to get it adopted, we want to go through a whole public process to have people vet the proposed code and then take it through the zoning process where there'll be public hearings and all of that, right?
Yeah, I think that's the smartest way to do it. I mean,
Does the law dictate the size of these A1, 2, and 3 zones by footage or square footage?
So it doesn't, it does dictate the approach zone. So where the overlay came from, it doesn't dictate, but the actual blue underlaying shape, it does. And again, that's where it's got it's 10,000 feet, and I think it's a 1 to 34 slope.
Yeah, it says 1 to 34.
That's why we gotta have the.
And it has specific measurements at the
And
end.
that portion of our ordinance remains intact, correct? The height hazard ordinance?
I believe it'll be updated, because I think right now your approach distances are only 5,000 feet. And I think because of your improvements, you qualify for a larger approach, because you have heavier planes
But
that
that
can land
aside,
there.
Bryce, I just want to clarify, because when we repealed our ordinance, Cindy, we were careful to only repeal those sections that were applied to the airport zoning board. We left the zoning hazard ordinance that had been there and has been there for a very, very long time. We left that in place. And that's the portion of the ordinance that calls out what you're seeing in blue. And the stair-stepping of the height restrictions, that kind of stuff. All that's set by the FAA that we already have. So we have to adopt it locally, which we've done, and it's been in place since '86 or whatever.
But our ordinance only relates to city within the city of Castroville.
No.
It-
The height hazard ordinance for the
Our
airport.
ordinance extends out to the ETJ?
The height hazard ordinance, it covers this entire area.
Okay.
Yeah,
So we can have a city ordinance that goes out into the county?
that's my understanding.
Is that your
I
understanding?
don't think that's correct,
I don't
because
think
you
that's
don't
correct.
meet the population size needed to do that. However, I will jump ahead real quick. I got a slide for this. So in working with Cynthia, we've identified 2 different ways to ultimately adopt regulation to cover the whole area, both inside the city limits and in the county. And there's 2 paths that we see forward. So we can go back and recreate the Joint Zoning Airport Board. That's an option. They then have authority that's empowered through their creation to adopt and pass regulation. We will still deal with some of the same issues that we had last go around with regard to enforcement, because they're not an enforcing body. So they'll have to have an agreement with the city and possibly the county as well to do permitting and enforcement. But that is an option. The other way that we have identified that there's a possible path forward is for the city to adopt regulations within inside the city limits and the county to adopt basically the mirrored regulations within the county. And we can actually even have conversations with the county if we want to consolidate permitting and enforcement. We can do an interlocal agreement more than likely to allow the city to basically be in charge of all of that. But that way we've got both elected bodies adopting basically identical regulations. They'll be slightly different in the appeals process, but more or less identical regulations as far as folks are concerned. So that way we're able to cover that full area in the county and in the city.
And then as land is annexed or developed and annexed, then the regulation could be extended to cover that newly annexed.
Absolutely. In fact, I don't even think there would have to be an update to any of the regulation because the regulations would be mirrored. And so as soon as they come into the city, they're within the area that we've already adopted. We give them the underlying land use zoning classification that council assigns to them, and they'll be beholden to those regulations plus the overlay, airport overlay regulations.
So the county does have the ability to zone specifically for the airport that is within,
Well, I'm just going to fine tune that just a little bit. They're not actually zoning it, they're just regulating the airport hazard area.
but they are able to,
Yes.
if they decide to. they
Because
are
the
able
code
to.
allows any political subdivision to do so. And so, to Scott's point, because previously we had a joint airport board, which is why those regulations were able to extend out to the county and out to the ETJ.
And if we don't do the joint airport zoning board, it still can apply.
So if we don't do a joint airport board, the regulations that the city would adopt would apply within the city limits.
Right. But my question is, with the county, they are still able to do that legally?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So you don't have to have a board, but you would have to have county cooperation.
Which I think would make sense. I mean, my preference on this, honestly, is to go with the independent adoption. That way we're being reasonable inside the city limits, and if we're not reasonable enough, the county's not going to support it. And then leverage the airport advisory committee on anything that's aspirational, anything that goes above and beyond that. I think it would be great to work with the community and say, these are some things that we're trying to achieve, but doing it in cooperation instead of like a forcing on them. And so I think that's just a much more prudent way to go about it.
Can I make a request that we at least pull in the Airport Advisory Board president? And,
No, I think that the airport advisory board should be a part of this conversation.
well, to see what they would prefer. Because I know, or even Chuck Friesenhahn as the FAA advisor for this airport, and see what they would recommend or prefer based on what would be best for the airport.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that that's a great way to go about it. And I know that you had requested that, similar to that in the
Yes.
last council meeting.
Yes.
I think that's very, very prudent. But I think that that's why we slow roll this. And we talked to the airport advisory committee. I really think that it should go through the airport advisory committee just for understanding of what we're looking at. That gives them a chance to feedback, have public meetings with the community to let them understand what we're looking at. And this should be a cooperative thing,
Yeah.
that we all come to the right conclusion together.
Yeah.
But I think that's.
I was just making sure because, I mean,
Absolutely. Yeah.
Saying what they prefer.
Yep. So,
And I think, once we fine tune, the map itself, fill in those pieces that are governed by, FAA regulations, and we can really, point to where the clear zone would be, point to where, the airport hazard sections are. I think that would go a long way in helping the county, figure out which direction, it wants to go.
so I had a question on the land use, the compatibility. How is that determined? How was the density level determined? How was the appropriateness
Yep,
determined?
so I took things directly from the city of New Braunfels, because that's the extent of the recommendation that TxDOT Aviation will give. So there isn't, to my knowledge, that I've seen and searched everywhere, and I did a bunch of searching the first go-around on this, looking for all the various ways or circulars or advisories that we could find related to land use. Most things that get published by federal organizations kind of stop, and they just say, hey, this stuff isn't great. They don't give you any guidance towards density. We've scoured through a number of federal air installation compatible use zone studies, and pulled numbers from that. I know we pulled numbers originally from a variety of other airports. And that's why I said this isn't the one and only way to do it. What our kind of goal was, in the direction that we were given is, hey, we need land use that protects the airport and keeps FAA and TxDOT Aviation happy. How do we accomplish that? What's the minimum amount we can get? And kind of looking at the recommendations they gave us, I felt this was the least onerous, that probably worked the best for Castroville. But again, the density numbers, there's not a hard and fast anywhere. We can add, we can remove. I'd encourage us to kind of stay in close proximity to this. If we're looking at the A1 to allow residential, we should allow it, but just allow it at a much greater or much lower density, let's say 1 unit per acre or even more than that, so that we don't end up with kind of neighborhood subdivisions popping up in those locations over time.
And I think maybe part of the way that we can regulate that is not through the construction. So if a family wants to build family residences, they're not subdividing. The thing that we're trying to protect against is this, massive subdivision development that would then put themselves in danger, and something that a developer would come and do something that's just not healthy for the community, not healthy for the people, but doesn't limit people for their own property.
Yeah, and even ratios at 1 dwelling unit per 2 acres or 3 acres, it shouldn't affect those large property owners who are farming or ranching the property and who also want to have houses there or houses for family members because their acreage is so big. When we calculate these numbers, it's based on gross acreage, and so there's a note that we've included in there about how to calculate that. So those parcels shouldn't be a problem. It will restrict the ability, though, to sell to a developer who comes in and builds a more traditional neighborhood.
Right.
I would also say, just given the development patterns that we've been seeing in Castroville and the surrounding area, I don't know that that kind of large lot subdivision is the kind of thing that a developer would be interested in building, right? They're not going to come in and say, hey, I'll do 3 acre lots, we're good with this, because of the infrastructure costs, utilities, et cetera. Probably just less feasible in the market. Those areas are actually probably more primed for commercial development over time, as the population continues to grow and the market bears that commercial.
Right. So those would actually become more valuable over time, because typically commercial property is a lot more valuable than
That's
residential
correct.
property. And just like there are topographical issues with building homes, this is just one of those things that kind of fits within that. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I was just going to say, earlier you said that properties that already had plans underway were grandfathered, but if we're looking at something like Alsatian Oaks, which is a phase development, and they haven't planned that phase yet, is that going to be grandfathered, or are they going to have to conform?
Likely it'll be grandfathered through your development agreements. I've not seen that one. I can't tell you specifically. Okay. Normally, the guys typically, when we change the rules, is to let folks who are already in progress or already have plans in place continue, even if it's not in conformance with our goal.
Okay, they kind of projected what they would want to do in those future phases. So it's defined but not planned.
And I believe that is in the development agreement, the way that original one was written, that does supersede the local code. So that would be grandfathered in.
Because I just looked at the upper end of the Alsatian Oaks is inside the 10,000 foot range. So they're in A3. So.
Yeah, to give you a concept a little bit about that too, if you're familiar with New Braunfels, where the whole big creekside development is and the apartments that are popping up next to it, that's in their A3 zone. So that's in a direct approach path for them. Their zone, their 10,000 feet actually ends just on the other side of the I-35 from that. But all of that development as you go into the east is actually within the approach zone.
Well, keep in mind, A3 is fine. For Alsatian Oaks, they're not doing 6 units per acre.
Yeah.
They're doing their smallest lot is 6,000, and there's only a certain percentage of those. And 6,000 square feet, an acre is 43,000 and change, right?
560.
And about 20% of each developable acre is dedicated to it requires streets, curbs, and all that, all the public space. So you take 20% right off the top of every acre for the public pieces, setbacks, and all that crap.
Yeah.
And so you end up with about 3 point whatever units maximum. So as long as they're below 4, and that's if they're at 6,000 square foot units. If they had 8, then it's only 2 per square foot acre.
Yeah.
So I think I think your densities are right in line. We just have to look at that A1 zone to see, okay, what amount, is there any residential, it wouldn't matter, it's grandfathered, but it does matter because, you know, ostensibly, if something were to happen to that residential structure and it were to go away, and someone wanted to rebuild it, they wouldn't be allowed to rebuild it, right, under the code. It's grandfathered until it's not there anymore. So just to understand kind of how that works. But we just need to see how many units are actually impacted. I don't think there's very many. I really want to see that overlay and see how many lots are actually in there. But
And I think that using the conservative, the more conservative like this, I think that it does meet with that. And I did talk to, so I'm on the ACOG board with the two of the judges that are impacted by this. So I did talk to the county judges out there to see how that process went for them, what the community feedback was, because they run into the same issues, but it actually spans 2 counties. So you have one on either side of that. So when I talked to them, they said that the process was very straightforward, did a great job, nicely done, and they didn't have any public blowback on it. They had I think some developers were a little bit, had some consternation about it, but the public at large, they have had no issues with it. So I think that if we do things that are reasonable and fair and practical, that take into consideration the people that live there, I think that we'll have the same results.
Absolutely. The one other area that we had on here also is just this transition zone that kind of goes on the outskirts of the primary surface area and the approach zones. And kind of what we're looking at there is that the land use would be comparable to what's allowed on each side. We may want to define that a bit more and say like, you know, horizontally adjacent to the runway, kind of draw some lines so there may be certain areas of the transition zone where we wouldn't allow density in residential or things like that. We'd apply like the A1 restrictions or pieces like that. But those are lower hazard areas. And in fact, I think a fair amount of that is probably already also on airport property. So there should be a minimal impact for that piece. But I do know that that was a concern with the Joint Airport Board originally when we were talking, because again, the kind of evolution of this is that they wanted to have land use control. I'll go back one more slide. Everywhere within the overarching areas, so well beyond the city limits and each city's ETJ. We kind of worked a little bit further back into finally at the end just kind of talking about looking to add land use regulation to that original A1, which is very similar to kind of the proposal that I've put together.
So you eliminate B1 and C1 altogether.
Absolutely.
And you only have the TZ in the green area and on to the northeast of the airport. That's almost all on airport property, as you stated.
Yeah.
I think it's all on. I have to,
Yeah, when I'm looking at that north part of the transition zone, that's basically where the hangars are right there. And so,
Right.
yeah, that's the only thing that would, so you're saying it would be equal to the adjacent?
Yeah, so that's how it's proposed in New Braunfels. I think it needs to be cleaned up a little bit so it's very clear because their airport, I believe, is actually where that section is already in the city limits. It already has zoning over it. I'm sure they gave much less concern on that given the zoning they chose to put around the airport. But in Castroville's case, because a lot of the area outside of the airport property is in the county, we would want to make sure that it's very clear about where that land use stops or where that land use regulation takes place. But overall, I think it significantly brings in the original areas that we felt were affected, and we're not even going beyond what the FAA wants us to regulate for height. So I think that's all good. With regard to the size of the zones, we can also look at shrinking them as necessary. You know, one of the things that's different between this airport and New Braunfels Airport is New Braunfels Airport is rated for much larger planes. So they're actually a class or two above the Castroville Municipal. So you're not going to have the same number of flights and the same size of aircraft, so it's probably a much lower hazard. So we can even look at trimming those zones back, or at least trimming the A1 back a bit, so maybe it doesn't cause any impact or minimal impact on any existing plan development.
I think you nailed it as far as I really from what I understood council's request to be and what you've delivered. I mean, we've got to, obviously there's a few kinks we need to work out. We need to make sure that the kind of what's the code that's being proposed for each zone is appropriate for those zones. But you know, the A1 I don't think is an issue. Well, again, I want to look at just those few lots on the north side. And then once you get beyond that, because it's 3 dwelling units or more, that's an issue. I don't think that's an issue, based on our agreement and based on how they've platted their property. Again, we can count it and
Yeah.
and figure out, we're pretty close, but I think you're pretty dang close. So, next steps would be to put together a map, to do that, to look at what are the impacted properties, what are the number of the properties, how are they impacted by this code, look at both north and south. So we're looking at the platted, I've been talking a lot about Station House platted, but we need to look to the south as well and understand what your family's plans are for, what you're planning to do and whether or not that's compatible, right? And then, once we have a better understanding of that, come back to you, provide you maybe either in a meeting or informally a report of what that looks like. And then send it to the county, send it to the, I don't know if you want to, that's why I'm speaking out loud to try to figure this out. Send it to the airport committee, the advisory committee.
Well, I think that we work with what we've got here. Let's define what those zones are and what the proposed restrictions are, and let's talk about what our wiggle room is there. Make sure that we identify all the property owners that are in that zone and talk to them, work through with them what those regulations are, and make sure that it works with, what their family's plans are. Same thing with the airport advisory committee. This is what we're looking at. These are some of our wiggle room. These are some things that we might look at one side or the other, get their feedback on it.
Start having that now.
Yeah, start having that
Okay.
now. I mean, we've got it pretty close right here.
Okay.
And it's so much less complicated than it was before. It's so much less onerous than it was before.
I'll
So
find
let's
out
get
what
it.
it takes to put this in GIS. I know that'd be the best way to do it because in our GIS system, we already have all the parcel data.
Right.
So if we can overlay what you've got, if we can get those dimensions, and I can get it to our GIS folks and they can build a map, then they can actually run me the report of all the parcels that are impacted in each by zone. They can say, A1, you're touching these. A2, you're touching these. That's how we did our mailer when we did it the last time. So if we got to the point where we wanted to do a mailer, we could do the same thing again.
Did you get shape files from KSA on the hazard areas?
Probably.
Okay.
I didn't get them directly, but yeah, they had to provide.
Well, I was
something.
going to say, I'm sure they did them to make those maps, so we
Yeah.
can follow up with them and get that stuff. And I think that should come in each individual layer, so we can make it look a lot cleaner and give you a map.
I know we've
of-
got those approach zones.
Yeah, and give
I
you a
know
map
we've got
of
that.
just the land use compatibility, on its own, so it's less busy and not overlaid with like 5 different colors, so you can actually see what's underneath, and some of those landmarks that we know are out there, to kind of view that piece, and then we can get it into GIS and get all that parcel data with you.
Okay.
And the cone, we have the cone, like I said, some of the stuff hasn't changed.
Yeah.
The heights, the oblong circle stays the same, right? The
Yes,
stadium, that
so
didn't change at all.
the only
the
thing
part
that I
that-
noticed that was different, and we need to just follow up with KSA and or the airport board, is the approach zones and how they're called out, because I even noticed that the original call out that they gave us was only for an approach zone that was 5,000 feet long, but all the maps are showing 10. And then the best that I can figure, and I'm not an aviator, sorry, do a lot of things, but don't fly.
We got a
Not yet.
couple, we got one of
Yeah,
our
yeah.
aviators here that has a plane out there.
And they, there are very technical terms, and we just need to make sure that these zones are appropriate, and then obviously the descriptions of those zones that we rely on to create the map match what we're showing and are all compliant with FAA guidance.
Okay.
I got one question, because you brought up lighting. Are the baseball fields lights within the required pointing down,
Yes.
hooded?
Yeah.
Okay.
They did some testing. I think they had to make some modifications a couple of years ago, but
I've got a
they're-
letter from the FAA on that already.
Okay.
They cleared them.
Because we might want to reference that then in the ordinance, that per the FAA, the lights are within, right?
Currently within.
Yeah.
The goal is
That's-
still to move those baseball fields.
Yeah, well, but I'm just making sure our butts are covered.
For right now, yes, they are covered.
And we
Yep.
can reference that in the ordinance, please see whatever, or make it an attachment.
And even the way the lighting stuff would work, because you probably already have lighting in certain places that's not going to be compliant, that's not hood and shielded, maybe upward facing. The way that those will work is as they go to replace those fixtures, you have to bring it to conformance. So, like most things, when we have those nonconformities, it's not compliance required day one, it's As it breaks and you replace it, you then come into compliance, or as you do new development, you come into compliance.
Well, I think that the other thing that we can do with the Airport Advisory Committee is do some of the aspirational things. Like, I think about if I have one neighbor, and if I do something that's going to impact that neighbor, I'll reach out and say, this is something that I'm looking at, are you okay with it? And so part of this, I think, we can say, here are some things that help the airport out. If you'll do these, not put it into an ordinance where we're requiring it, but we can ask them to do that. And I think that most people would be respectful of that if it's not encroaching on their lifestyle, if it's pointing a light down instead of out. I think that if we come up with some of those things, I think that's part of being a good neighbor.
Absolutely, and I've seen really great success for kind of what I'll call recommendation initiatives, where we create some one-pagers or some best practices to say, generally, do these things and don't do these things. And that's typically really well received by communities, as opposed to just passing regulations and saying, hey, we have new rules, you got to follow the rules, is looking for that voluntary compliance.
And if you make them too restrictive, then the county's not going to enforce it anyway. They're not going to.
Exactly.
If we do it that doesn't work for landowners.
And I guess just moving this thing along a little bit, you or Scott can reach out to the county and get them discussing which two.
Oh, no, Bryce and Cindy are doing that, but
Do what?
I was having to have Bryce and Cindy do that. We've already,
That's fine.
I think we already made contact with their attorney, right? Didn't we already make didn't we already reach out to the county attorney?
It's been a little while since
Yeah.
we've been in contact with Meg. I think it's going to be Nate Squires.
But of these two options that so they can start discussing it internally themselves, and that way they'll move forward.
Okay.
All right.
One question I have for y'all, when it comes to things like permitting and enforcement, is it something that we want to lean on the city to do and offer that to the county? I'm just thinking if they're going to pass rules, they may not have, because it's a bit abnormal for things they typically regulate, they may not have the appropriate infrastructure to handle that.
Since it's such a limited, what we need to do is figure out how and when to because they do their own permitting office, they have a guy that does it. The issue would be, what we would request, and I think the city would be perfectly happy doing that, is that for these shade areas, the blue and the green, which really is just the blue, for that blue area, that anything that would come to the county that they bring us in. So somehow, we've got to work out between the two of us a way to flag that for it to because if I leave or they leave or whatever, there needs to be something built into the process that says, when this parcel comes forward, the city needs to take the lead because it's in an airport zone.
Well, I think part of that, honestly, if we do it strictly according to subdivision, and especially if we go 5,000 feet out, that's still within our existing ETJ, and listing that as an industrial area would make it fall within our ETJ anyway, and they follow our ETJ rules. And so if it goes into a subdivision ordinance, then it's pretty simple. I think that what we're really concerned with is people subdividing down to these little tiny lots or big apartments or something like of a scale of a density that's not really appropriate for the area anyway. And so if it goes into our ETJ, we have some control over that. And they can set that aside as a zone. I don't think that it's like this constant enforcement. I think it's, if somebody sells to a developer, when the developer comes to replat it, then it gets flagged from there. And I think that can be done by the process.
I want to verify if what you said was accurate as far as the ETJ. Whether any of the blue falls in an area that's in the county but not in our ETJ. I don't know if that's, honestly, I don't know if that's all in our ETJ or not. If it is, I think you're absolutely right. If it's all falls in our ETJ, we don't have that issue. To the south, that's not all in our ETJ, I don't think.
Well, 5,000 feet out, it would be. Oh, no. I take
No,
that
not
back.
to the
It's
south.
It only goes out 2,700.
Well, not to the south. Because to the north, you get some stuff because of where things have been annexed, and it's not a perfect. It's bubbles, right? So anyway, I would want to verify that, but I agree with your thinking. I think that's right.
Well, it'd be, for the county, I think it'd be most akin to permitting like floodplain development.
Yeah.
Right, where it's, hey, you just have to turn this stuff in to make sure you're checking the boxes to clear our regulation, but not all property everywhere has to do it. Right, only when you're doing certain activities or certain things. So it may be an easy enough item that they are able to handle it, but.
Well,
just-
we already have some of these challenges, like height regulations. Again, people just don't know.
Correct.
That the FAA requires you, if you get, it doesn't matter how tall it is, if you're going to do something, a flagpole or something else, you're supposed to follow something to the FAA. Now, they're going to approve it. If you're lower, less than 55 feet, you have nothing to worry about, because that's generally the floor of the height requirement for most of the areas where you'd see any type of activity. But you still have to file, and that's the problem, is effectively making people aware that that's the process, because things happen. People put up grain elevators or whatever, and no one knows. It hasn't been identified by the FAA. That's the issue. But anyway,
And we-
so we already have some of these challenges already exist, and we don't have great solutions in place. But
We can probably reach out to some other folks and see what they've done for outreach on some of that. I mean, that's going to be something that probably a lot of airports struggle with in their hazard regulation, is getting people to file for height, and probably see what other folks have done to have success, and maybe propose that as, again, along that kind of initiative outreach piece, to say, hey, everyone, there are these rules. It's important that you look at this stuff. Here are the concerns.
And so for landowners, is it better for us to collaborate with you? And I know you don't speak for everybody, but is it better to collaborate on an individual basis? Would you rather get together with all of the people that are, all of the landowners in that zone? Do you have any preference on that, on how we might approach that?
I think we're going to let everybody know.
Oh, yeah, we definitely want to let everybody know, but would you rather do it in, like, as a collective, or would you rather do it individually? I'm okay either way. I think it's probably collective if you're okay with that. Okay.
Individual, but I think we have discussion of that.
Yeah, I think if it comes down to any, like, specific thing, this impacts you and you alone, then we'll have a one-to-one from that. Okay. And so our next step would be to put something together that demonstrates exactly where each one of these are, make sure that we contact all of the landowners within there. How long, and then we do a public hearing, just to talk it through and get feedback from them, and when do you think we could do that?
I will have to get with Scott and put some numbers together, but we can get a schedule back for you.
Okay, great. And we'll make sure, you guys got notified of this beforehand, right? Of this meeting?
no, I didn't do any special notifications.
Okay, all right, we'll do a special notification for the next one.
No, I haven't. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm asking. What do you want me to do?
A lot of them get the agendas, a lot of times,
Okay.
on the agenda list, so.
Okay, that's cool. I think that once we get it, like, mapped out, we can pull it from the county and make sure that we get in touch with everybody. And then if you can help, like, your neighbors, let them know, and we'll contact you as we can. I think we've still got the list from some of the prior meetings, and that way we can let people know.
That's a different list.
And it's a
This
big
is going to be a
list.
much smaller group that we need to reach
Yeah.
out to, frankly. It just is. It's just the blue area. Before we contacted everybody in yellow, right? That's a lot of people.
Well, beyond that.
It's a good
too.
chunk of the city, too.
Now we're just we'd only be contacting the people in blue and green, and there's no one in green, so it's blue. And it's only a few people in blue to the south, and they're here. There might be a couple more. And then, yeah, there's a couple more. So it's going to be a much different list, much smaller list, much less expensive list to mail, frankly. But I do need to, I mean, I'll come up with a plan for how to do this, but I'm going to have to put together a plan, because we're going to have to, allocate our time appropriately. We need to go to I think the first thing is take it to the airport board
Yeah.
and have them give feedback. And then if nothing explodes in that meeting, then schedule a preliminary public meeting, or do a mailer associated with that meeting to talk about this, do your presentation.
Yeah, I don't think that we're in a huge rush to do this. I want to do it on a
Right.
respectful time frame, but I don't think that we're, like, I would rather do it carefully than quickly. So, and I don't want to, I know that staff has a ton on your plate right now, so let's just figure out what works well. We don't push it too much, just make sure that we keep on moving it forward. Is everybody good with that?
And did anybody else have any crazy major concerns I should be aware of as I go to clean the draft up and work on any of that?
The fact that you don't fly is a real issue.
Well, I'll tell you a story about that later. You'll appreciate it.
That's why the Chuck Friesen and Friesenhahn and the president of the airport advisory board was like, hey,
Yeah.
because they are the flyers. So.
Oh, yeah. No, Chuck and I have talked a lot about airport regulations in various airports, so I've got a fair amount of experience in dealing with airports and dealing with regulation. I'm just not an aviator, so.
I think what's been presented, it's right in line with what we asked for, so that's great.
Perfect.
I don't fly planes. My mom makes me jump out of them.
Yeah, I did that one time, and I really enjoyed it, and afterwards I was like, let's do it again, and then about a day later, I was like, I'm good.
I only do it for my mom.
Let the adrenaline come down.
I was the medic on the ground, taking care of you.
Especially if your mom told you to jump off a cliff, you would do it.
Well, sure, she made me. She's allowed.
All right.
All right, great.
Well, I think I've got my marching orders. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. And in the meantime, if you guys have any questions, concerns, please don't hesitate to reach out. We're trying to do this a lot more reasonably, and I hope this fits within that.
Which one did you give me?
All right.
I didn't use it. I used the one you gave me.
Next item,
What's that?
let me cross this one off. We have the public hearing, number 2, to receive testimony and hear arguments for and against a petition to annex 35.168 acres out of Outlot Number 2, Outlots of Castroville, Texas, Medina County, also known as the Heights of Castroville/NP Homes LLC. We have Scott for this, and that we're going to open the public hearing at 6:45.
And I don't have any images or anything. This is the second public hearing for this. This is required, it's required for the development agreement that's already been approved with this developer. This is for the 35 acres that is just off of 471 as you head north. It's, I always forget the name.
Behind Napa?
Yeah, Napa. His name's Auto Place. It's just north of Napa, so it's that field. As part of the development agreement, they're required to annex in, and this is the second public hearing required. Once this public hearing concludes, the next thing we will do is annex them in. That'll probably be at the September 12th meeting. So all of that ordinance and language will be on your next agenda.
Okay, great. Anybody here to talk about that? All right, we'll close the public hearing at, we'll call it 6:46. Next item is public hearing number 2 on the proposed FY 2024 tax rate. We'll open that public hearing at 6:46. Scott?
For this, I do have a presentation. If I can get to it. Tax rate, you said? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. There we are. The first thing I'll say is that at the last meeting, we talked about an ordinance that was adopted a while back about exemptions, homestead exemptions that the city desired to put in place. It was never really acted on by subsequent, or ratified by subsequent councils. It is too late to make it effective for this current year. It's something we could do sometime between now and January to do for the next tax year if you decided to do that. Sorry. But that's, I'm just letting you know that I brought it up at the last meeting. I'm not going to bring it up tonight. That's all I'm going to say about that. So.
Yeah, I think we worked that into the budget workshops for next year. Right.
Okay. I need this to go away because I can't see those. So this is just showing you what the exemptions are that are currently in place in the county and the tax code that's associated with each of those exemptions and the amounts. There's your exemption totals basically by city and ISD. And we have both an over 65 and a disabled person and a tax freeze for over 65. And there's your table of disabled veteran exemptions. Here's our average home values. Again, we talked about this before. We are leading the county on average value. This is just how the 2022, that's current tax rates broke out. And you see the total rate is 0.5223. And of that, the INS rate makes up 0.1263. And the M&O, which is the maintenance and operations, INS is to pay debt service, maintenance and operations is what pays for general fund type activities, streets and policing. The single largest budget item, the chief's not here for me to give him a hard time, but it is our police department. We spent about $1.4 million on the PD. And it's an investment that I think is worth every penny.
Yep.
So the proposed rate is substantially, well, is that, so am I looking, this is what screws me up every time. So this is, I think we removed last year's. So this is the present rate.
Yeah, 0.5233.
Yeah, I know, it's 0.5233, but the INS amount, I thought went up more than 0.1263. I got it there. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's the current one. There we go, okay. I just had these two slides are slightly out of order. So there's your no new, this is what the state requires us to calculate, the no new revenue tax rate, the effective tax rate for M&O, maintenance and operations, is 47 cents, 0.4795. Your rollback rate is the rate that we're proposing, which is 0.5233. And the de minimis rate, which I don't really want to get into, but you can see at the bottom, it's the rate equal to the sum of the no new revenue maintenance and operations rate. That will raise an additional $500,000. So what would it be like if we had no new revenue, but we wanted an additional 500? Well, it would take 67 cents to get us there. I don't know why they make us do that, but they do. So what you'll see is, I think I can, yeah, okay. What you'll see is when you look at the M&O, this is the current year. Our maintenance and operation rate's 0.397, and INS is 0.1263, as we saw earlier. And the way those are changing is the M&O is going down to 0.368, and the INS is going up to 0.1553. And again, we talked about this a little bit before, but this is by design. We want to try and put as much of our rate into the interest and sinking. That's really where that's the money that allows you to do the projects that the city desperately needs. Quality of life enhancements, street improvements, planning, and the other things, that the facility improvements and things like that are related to the general fund. And so that's the capital projects that we've been able to do the last couple of years. Are supported through this INS rate. So, and as we have the important part is, as we have new development come on, they pay full freight on that INS rate. And so that's, again, we want to try and keep that keep that proportion as high as possible, while being prudent about debt issuances and that sort of thing. This is the tax rate impact analysis, and again, I apologize that it's a little bit hard to read. This doesn't really magnify it much, but this shows you what your taxable value is for 23 and 24 and what we're kind of forecasting. And it's got your debt service amounts, and you'll see there's about $25,000 in additional debt service general fund that will be levied with this INS. That will actually support, what we did was transferred in a little bit of utility debt, not much at all, $25,000 worth, to get that INS rate just up by a tick, a 0.000 whatever pennies, to have a total rate, to keep that rate flat. Because the goal was to keep the rate flat, when you look over here at this column, at 0.5223 for until we start seeing significant development. All these the new houses coming on, whether it's the 35 acres that we just had an annexation discussion about, or the 54 houses that are in the New Country Village. There's only 6 built right now. Alsatian Oaks doesn't have any built, but they've sold a bunch of lots. They are moving forward. But until we see some percentage of development, 10, 20%, it's prudent, and my recommendation is keep your rate flat, 0.5233, until you get to that point. And then we can look at rate modeling for the future, because really and truly, once this housing market comes back, you're going to be in a much, much better position to be able to adopt a lower rate and invest in O&M, you'll be able to, anyway, you'll be able to you'll have more money because you'll have more value on the books, and your O&M rate will be lower, but you'll actually be able to do more with it.
You know, the interesting thing is that I think that we're actually going to see more commercial before we see some of the residential, which is great for us because the commercial is way more profitable for the city than the residences are.
Yeah, it's a number of units, a number of housing units have to be built before you catch up with the property value on that commercial unit, and then you get the sales taxes on top of that, and obviously that's a big chunk.
And additional services for people in the city.
Yeah, and I think one of the homework assignments that you did are on your own, where you're showing kind of the amount of investment that our businesses, our local businesses and commercial businesses make compared to our residents is significant. You know, they're paying basically 70% through sales taxes and property taxes compared to our residentials, which obviously
13% for residential, yeah.
It's pretty impressive. All right. So there you go. You can see that if we were to hold everything the same, obviously what happens is your total rate begins to drop. Again, we're choosing to keep it at 0.5233 and keep that total rate flat. And you can see 23, 24. And I would expect that to be the trend for at least the next 2 years. Just based on what I'm seeing right now with the housing market. I thought it'd be coming back by the end of by third or fourth quarter this year. Well, yeah, we're in third quarter, and I'm not seeing hardly anything. Fourth quarter is on the horizon. There's still a lot of doom and gloom in the news, and so I'm not holding my breath. I think we've still got some time yet before it all bounces. So now we're getting into general fund expenditures and just showing how that money is budgeted to be spent. I want to make sure, because I've got two. Let me see how far this goes. I think that does it for the tax rate public hearing, because I have a separate one for the budget, and I want to see what that looks like.
All right, do we have any questions, comments in the public hearing? All right, let's close the public hearing at 6:55. Next item is public hearing number 1 on the FY 2023-2024 budget. Scott?
Yeah, I think we'll see some of these slides the same. I like some of the slides I just saw, and I don't see them repeated on this other one.
We're opening the public hearing at, thank you, 6:56.
Sorry. So I'm going to go back to the one I had because I like this.
Yeah.
So you're going to see a couple. I'm going to finish out this presentation, and then you're going to see a couple of these might repeat from the other one. So here's our general fund expenditures. This is just giving you a 5-year historical of actual expenditures plus the current year adopted budget, and then what the next year's budget looks like. I'll just give you a minute. Nothing has changed from all the presentations we made on the budget. Generally, that this has stayed pretty much the same. There's been minor tweaks. So you're looking at year over year, the change in total operations expenditures from basically just shy of 4 million to just over 4 million. So the adopted budget was 3.99 million in 2023, and in 2023-24 it's 4.07.
A question for you on the swimming pool. For the new community center, are we looking at, I think I heard that we were looking at shutting down the swimming pool for that season. Are we doing that, or are we going to rearrange entrance and such to keep it
Don't
open?
know.
Don't know.
Don't know. Not until we get further along in the development process. The next process is to do the CMAR, which is construction manager at risk. Go advertise for that, bring them on, and then talk about the schedule. We'll talk about the reality of the construction project and the schedule of that construction project. Our goal is to keep it open. We want to keep it open. There's a number of reasons we want to keep it open. We may not realistically be able to have it open to the public, but at minimum, we want to be able to keep the school district going with their programs. They're funding, 50% of our pool, more or less. So if we can keep it open just to serve them, that would be very beneficial. But yeah.
Great.
So I don't have the answer right now.
Just, Scott, just to help people who are looking at these things, can you explain again what that transfer out is for every slide for this year?
The transfer out of the 426,000?
Yeah.
223? God. What were we transferring out for? Let's see if I have it down here. in my notes. Come on. Hey, Mayor. Oh, I guess I can do this. This will work. Okay, never mind. I can do this. I don't have the note on our transfers for this year. I'd have to go look at them to tell you exactly what all that fakes out to, Phil.
Transferred in on your other presentation is
Yeah,
broken down.
that might be for the budget, this budget year. But again, let's go through Rose presentations and I'll see if I can tell you what last year's transfers out were. From general fund to transfer out for is debt services.
From the general fund to somewhere else.
Yeah.
But I think that offset, I think what you were doing was just.
One of I know some of that goes out to, like last year, we were transferring out 124,000 to the hotel motel, for instance, rather than transferring in the hotel motel revenue to the general fund. So this year, we created a tourism in the general fund, and we're transferring in from hotel motel taxes to pay the portion of the marketing and the different things that those taxes can be used for. In the past, we did it backwards. And so I know that's part of that money, but I really would have to go look at all the different transfers, see what they are. I'm sorry, I know you wanted to get it win, but let's go through both of them and we'll see if maybe there's an answer on these slides. So there's, again, your revenues compared to expenditures. We are still balancing the budget, as taxpayers, of which I'm one. We actually don't raise enough taxes, property and sales taxes, to pay for the general fund. We still subsist on the fact that we have our own utilities, and those utilities help pay for our general fund services. Now, the way we do that is we charge ourselves a franchise fee. It's a reasonable franchise fee. I was with CPS the other day, and I had the opportunity to point out to them that the city of Castroville only charges 3.5%, whereas the city of San Antonio charges CPS Energy 14%. And that's 14% of a very large number that they get. I don't know what the amount is, but we only do 3.5, and 3.5 I think is a very, very reasonable. It's not too much. It's not too little. It's what you would expect to pay if you're a commercial entity, some other gas company or something else coming in. They would pay us 3 to 3.5%. So very reasonable. Those are transfers in. So I'll look at those in a second. No, he wanted transfers out. Here's your estimated revenues for this. It says 2022, 23. I want to make sure that's right. Yeah. Your estimated revenues of, I don't know why it's 2022, it should be 23, 24, right? Oh, no. Okay, I'm sorry. This is this year. He's telling us, this is telling us for the current year how much of a fund balance contribution we might end up making. And this is, again, just an estimate. He put it in big bold, estimates only. But this year, we are estimating to receive $4,237,000 and have $4,109,000 in expenditures. So when we close the books on September 30th, our finance director is currently estimating that we'll have about $127,000 in excess that we're going to contribute to the fund balance. The important thing about that is just understanding that when we add these expenditures up, we're adding in all the different things that you all approved throughout the year. So think about, for instance, the Quiddity engineering contract to go look at that bridge project with TxDOT, where it's, a $5 million project that TxDOT would pay 90% of. Well, the engineering just to try and apply for that grant was $150,000. We've already recognized that expenditure, and even recognizing that expenditure, you're still looking at adding 127 to the fund balance. So we're in a very, very, very strong position in that respect. And we're going to have a fund balance estimate in here in just a minute as well. Here's your utility fund expenditures. I did not mean to do that. And again, just kind of gives you an idea of what costs have done there. I will tell you that utility administration pays for the debt service the way that we have a lot of the debt service allocated. So that's part of what you're seeing there when you see those amounts is they're paying a large portion of debt service.
So we're not paying John $1.4 million?
No. Now, the other thing that you've seen, the other big difference between like 21 and 2022 and 2022 and 2023, remember that's also when we did away with the transfer, where they were just sending a big amount of money to the city, and we said, no, you're going to pay your direct cost of my time, finance, HR, that kind of stuff, and then you're going to pay a reasonable franchise fee, and so that's what we're doing now. So there's that. There's just a summary, revenues versus expenditures, and you can see that they're planning on using about $986,000 of fund balance to balance, and a big portion of that is the new debt. So as this new construction comes on, you'll see their revenues catch up to where that's what we're forecasting, that they won't have to use this kind of fund balance in perpetuity, but until we see some real development, there is going to be some of their fund balances to be spent just paying for the debt that was issued.
Their fund balance now is $6-8 million?
Right there. Oh, actually, I'm sorry, it doesn't show the fund balances. I think that's on another slide. But what this tells you is we're adding $854,000 to it. And yes, I think it's around $6 million. Yeah. So there's your airport expenditures. The biggest expenditure, obviously, is fuel. And it's also the biggest revenue item. So we have slightly more revenue than expenditures. We wanted to have about $30,000 more, but that's reduced in part because we did the fence project, and the airport fund is paying back the general fund over a 10-year period for that fence. Now, when we go to buy water rights, we may make that go away. We can just say, well, we'll just take that out of the amount that we would have paid you for water rights. We'll make ourselves even on the fence, right? That's something that the city council may choose to do.
And I'm going to put in a plug again, airport manager.
Yeah. We don't have money.
I understand, but I'm just putting that plug in.
I want one too, Sheena.
We need an airport manager.
I agree. We don't have any money.
I'm just saying.
What we really need is development at the airport. If we could get more development and based operations at the airport that would bring in more revenue to the airport can afford to have a manager. Right now, it can afford to have a contract field operations, a paid field operations, and a very, very, very part-time manager.
That's why I'm putting the plug in.
Yeah.
Don't want it to fall by the wayside.
Cool.
In some respects, though, also, though, I think, you know, with our tourism and economic development and everything else, we're assisting the airports and trying to look for those developments.
Oh, absolutely. We've done a video. So there's things that have been done by the general fund to help the airport, and one of them is to do with Darren Ham doing a video and doing increased marketing. We're putting together some pieces and taking those two economic development meetups, if you will, where we're advertising the development of the airport. So we're 100% trying to drive that. We're not just waiting for it to happen. This year,
Well, I was going to say also, as an airport manager, that's supposed to probably be tasked to him anyway, so we're kind of helping out, not just with Rihanna, but with other, as you say, with Darren Ham and so forth, assisting the airport. And I think that's important.
Agreed. Agreed. This year, their fund balance contribution to the airport is looking at about $65,000. And that's due to the fuel sales that we had earlier in the year. We really had a couple of good months of fuel sales, and that has, I think, helped. So, these are the important dates that are coming up. So we talked about these earlier, but on September 7th, we will publish the final budget public hearing. And then the 12th, we'll have our city council meeting where we will have our second public hearing for the budget and we'll adopt it. We'll have a public hearing for the tax rate, if it's applicable, and we'll adopt the tax rate. And then we'll also have a separate, the state requires us to do a separate ratification of the tax rate. We may be able to adopt the comprehensive fee schedule on the 12th, but I think I have to double check the publishing requirements for the fee schedule. And the other thing I'm working on, I had a conversation with with Schneider about our utility rates, and there was some information I thought they had that they didn't, which was our current projected budget, and that's kind of important when we're talking about rates and what we're doing. And so I found out on the call they didn't have that, and so they have that now. They're adjusting their model accordingly, and then I owe them two more pieces of information, and one of them is our debt service by utility type. Anyway, so we're going to have some more dialogue, and then I will be ready to present to you at the September 12th meeting on the proposed utility rates. Right now, I know there's been some talk of doom and gloom. I don't anticipate that. The gas rate, for instance, we're still good, even with a $128,000 increase in our operation costs from CPS's new contract. Depending on how you choose to deal with that, we're still positive. We have, I think we're net positive like 20 grand right now in gas is what I'm forecasting. So you could change the gas rate, but you wouldn't have to change it much at all. Now, I will say this, we're looking at how we calculated the gas rate, and the way we're doing it, I definitely am going to recommend a change, because what we saw is that because of how we look at the pass-through energy charge, so the gas, what it costs the city to buy that gas, it's always in arrears, right? Well, because it's always in arrears, your gas. So let's say this month it's really, really cold, you use a lot of gas, and we paid $5 per cubic foot for that gas, and we charged you, but we charged you based on the prior month's rate, which was $3. Well, then the next month I got to do a true up, but the next month it's not as cold, so you don't use as much, so it ends up being a mess. So what happens is there are a bunch of months where overall we're fine, but there are a bunch of months where we're negative, and other months where we're really positive, and people's rates are all over the place. So one of the things that I challenge Schneider with is we need to introduce seasonality and forecasting into our rate model. They need to give us a model that shows, rather than trying to do it in arrears, where we're forecasting what the gas cost is going to be, we're forecasting what the gas usage is going to be, we're coming up with a rate for that month, and then only having to do small true-ups throughout the year, right? And they do that, they say, well, yeah, we do that for other people. I'm thinking, great, do it here. Why haven't you done it here? So they've been very, very helpful. We're going to, that will be something I'll bring forward at the next meeting. But otherwise, yeah, I don't think there's going to be tremendous changes in our rates. I do think there'll be potentially a very small change to the overall electric rate, like 0.00 2 or something. There might be a very, very, very small change there that I would recommend. The other thing I'm going to recommend on the electric rate, and we're going to look at the ordinance, Cindy, and see what needs to be done there, but we don't do, in our ordinance, we allow for a power cost recovery factor, but we don't bill it separately. So we bill you at 11 cents and change or whatever. That's what your kilowatt hour, that's what our kilowatt hour cost is. Going forward, what I'm going to recommend is that we actually break that out. The overall rate is going to be very, 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 very similar, but what it does is allow us to make, like I said before on the gas example, if we had a winter storm Uri or something else that had a major impact on our system, we would be able to make, through the power cost recovery factor change, we'd be able to make that change in real time. Whereas right now, we adopt the rate, and it's that whole rate for the whole year, and it doesn't, it's not as
Yeah, I know
functional.
CPS does that when we look at that.
Most places do. A power cost recovery factor is very, very common, and it's in our ordinance. Like, we say that we have it, we just haven't been using it. We haven't been doing it that way. So that's another small change that I'm going to recommend. But again, for us, for ratepayers, I don't think it's doom and gloom. I really think we're going to be just fine. So I will have more information about that the next time we meet. And then if you may, well, first off, any other questions about the budget? Because I do have another presentation, but we don't have to go through it.
Is this on the budget?
Yep.
That's the second thing.
Yeah, this is different slides, very, very similar. So it's got a little bit different information. Again, you're going to see your fund balances and days on hand. That's a piece of information. That I don't have that the way you can see it. So there's that. There's your property tax and sales taxes, just showing you for revenue. Again, you know, our sales tax, a lot of people, you know, I pay my taxes, damn it. But really and truly, the sales taxes leads property taxes, and this will probably continue to be the case, even with development as it occurs. And this is really kind of where this is ideal. This is where you want to see it. So.
Well, it's also true because, again, I mean, it's fact of life, the exemptions given on property taxes for a little city like us, that's affected us quite a bit.
Well, and we all pay sales taxes. I don't want to ignore that. Like, yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
But I realize my comments can be misconstrued to make it sound like we aren't paying, like, someone's paying those sales taxes, but the fact of the matter is, we also have a lot of imported sales taxes. It's not, all these dollars are not coming from all the people who live here.
Well, I don't think it's people traveling through 90 or stopping off.
We get a lot from tourism and other stuff.
And people like Deborah who live out of the county shop at Walmart. Thank you. Thank you.
What this slide shows you is your general fund revenue versus expenditures with the transfers. And again, this is kind of what I was telling you before, you know, but for the transfers, but for that money we get from the utility, we wouldn't, our revenues would not be sufficient to pay the expenditures.
We still don't have this graph correct. We need to have the revenues and transfers in a stacked bar.
Okay.
We're getting close. The other ones, I got to commend you on the use of the graphs.
Mm-hmm.
I think it makes it a lot more understandable for people that don't. I mean, we've been digging into the budget for years, and so I think we understand a lot about it. But to kind of a lay person, I think it's a lot easier for them to see what our fiscal health is with this, with the graphics.
Well, and you can see that on we are less, even though transfers are still necessary, we're way less reliant on them than we used to be. And again, that speaks to that AA plus rating. That's what people want. That's what bonds and people who you're going to go borrow money from, that's what they want to see, is that you have a financial model that is sound. So that's good. All right. That just gives you a look at the different revenues, so you can kind of see what pays for what. And again, you can see under that other revenue, that's where you can see some of those. Well, no, the other revenue is probably the ARPA funds, $1,030,000 in 2022, and then $611 in 2023. That's the ARPA funds, I think, and then you had some pre-ARPA funds that were ARPA-like in 2021 as well due to COVID. So some of that's grants and other stuff. But down below that is the transfers in, and that's where you see it was 853, then 880, then 890, and 915,000. And in 2023 it was 576, and 2023-24 it's 694. And again, part of that is not utility. That's the hotel motel putting some money in, and then we also are transferring in from airport, not a lot, but like 16,000 is coming from the airport as well.
You know, the one thing that really stands out on here is in Parks and Rec, in just 5 years, that has almost doubled. That's amazing. I've been really impressed with the programming that's been put together.
It's weird, Devin hasn't brought it up once.
No, not
I'm
at
just
all.
kidding. He brags about it a lot, but he should.
he should.
He's done a phenomenal job, and we're going to get into the proposed fee schedule here in a minute. So, this slide is a duplicate of what you've already seen. So I'm going to go through these. Here's your again another way to look. I think this is the stacked bar you were talking about. This is your revenue versus expenditures with transfers in. So it shows your revenues are in orange, your transfers are in blue, and then your expenditures are that kind of purple line. And again, what you see is like in 2021, we almost made it. We almost had enough revenue to cover all of our expenditures without a transfer. In 2022, we did, but I'm trying to remember why that was. But
I think that was partially because of ARPA.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Part of that was just the ARPA funds that got recognized in that year. Yeah, there it is. 2022, we recognized the ARPA revenue of $700,000. So that was a big, that helped. And then there's your transfers in. This was the slide you were showing me, Sheena. And you can see it's 16,000 airport, a bunch of money from enterprise. Hot funds was about 100,000. And then I'm still putting in general fund reserves as a transfer in. As you saw this current year, we ended up not needing it. We're anticipating putting about $130,000 into the fund balance. But last year I did the exact same thing. I said, okay, we're approving the tourism position. We're going to approve it as if we were paying for it out of reserves. And if all goes the way it has in the past, more than likely we won't end up using that money. It really kind of depends on council actions, how much you approve being spent from fund balance, and then how we do throughout the year. Right?
Hey, on the right-of-way, what is that for? I'm not familiar with that one.
Well, so that is a new one that's this year. It's not new, but in the past they've always transferred in. I think it was 124,000 for right of way.
That was one.
And that was one we talked about before. Something that
Oh, gotcha.
what's her name put in place? Marie Gellis put in place. But no one here had an institutional knowledge of how she how she came up with that amount, and it hadn't been changed for 4 or 5 years, so or however long it's been. I'm pretty sure I know what she did, but be that as it may, this $170,000 is based on our actual cost, predicted cost of right-of-way maintenance, and then each of the utilities pay their freight based on how much revenue they produce.
Gotcha.
Right? So the gas system, for instance, produces about 10% of the overall revenue for utilities. It pays about 10% of the right-of-way, and so that's what that is. That's also the utility systems. You can look at it as an additional transfer, but that's been there for a number of years.
Okay, thanks.
I just showed it separately. So there's your revenues and expenditures. We already looked at this. Some takeaways. The budget is obviously balanced. We're investing in equipment and training for the police department. I'm going to get into the salary study at another item on the agenda tonight. But we have, the way we budgeted, emphasis on budgeted was a 6% cost of living for employees making less than 65. And I think it doesn't say it here, but 3% for people making over that. That's what we did last year. That is, you're going to see from the salary survey, it's not what I'm going to recommend tonight and going forward. We have about $170,000 reserved for that basically for salary adjustments. That's what that 3 and 6% add up to when you look at the whole organization. And I'm going to talk about what our salary study tells us about ourselves compared to the market, and then I've got a couple recommendations to that. So there's your, again, we looked at this before, 127. All right. There's your fund balance and number of days on hand for the utility fund. There's your utility fund reserves. You were saying about 8 million. It's, yeah, the actual, oh wait, no, that's your revenues. We made about 7.8 in 2022. The adopted budget was 7.6. We'll probably do closer to that 7.8 number this year. And next year, we're being very conservative with our estimate at 7.5.
Okay.
So, all right. There's those transfers out, right of way and franchise fees. And this is being, the emphasis here is being balanced with the utility fund, fund balance, or fund reserves. There's your airport fund. We've already looked at these. We looked at that. Here's your debt service fund. I think this is a new one. There's your reserves for 2024. And we'll spend about 482 of that on actual debt service. There is a certain amount that we're required to have by our bond obligations require us to have more than what we actually owe. So that's why you see some excess there. That's it. Thank you for your time.
For the public hearing, any questions, comments? All right, we'll close the public hearing at 7:25. Next item is consider and take appropriate action on applications submitted for open board positions. For this, we have Deborah.
There she is.
You're on it.
You're not late.
Well, it's right. You only just now got called. So.
So sorry. Open board positions. We have two positions, or we have two applicants tonight. Y'all looked at them, or you were presented at last meeting. I believe both of the applicants are here. Thank you very much. We have Tracy Schott that would like to be on the Historic Landmark Commission. Right now, we have two alternate positions open. I'm recommending the one with the 2-year term. And then Brian Griffin is also here. He would like to be on, he has submitted his application for the Zoning Board of Adjustments position. There is an open full board position. It's also a 2-year term. And I recommend that too. And
Great.
then they're both here in case you would like to put a name to a face. And,
Absolutely. If
have a
you
little
could
history.
come up and introduce yourselves and talk about, what are you doing?
Talk about me?
What are you thinking?
Certainly I'll talk about me. I
You
always take
said you were going to
opportunities
be
to that.
here. And thank you for coming.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, good evening. I was kind of recruited. Bob Lee was, he
Good old Bob.
has a way of kind of bending your ear a little bit.
Volunteering?
But to give you the kind of Wikipedia version of where I came from and how I got to be in Castroville, been a Medina County resident for almost 30 years, actually over 30 years. Been a Castroville resident for over 17 years now, and did 30 years with the police department in San Antonio. And so I do have a little bit of background in law enforcement and ordinance enforcement. Some of my duties as a police officer did involve community policing and whatnot. But concurrent to that, I was also a home builder. My father-in-law, I was fortunate enough to marry my wife and get a job all at the same time. And my father-in-law taught me the building business. And so for the better part of the last almost 40 years, I've been in the building business. So I do have a little bit of knowledge and background in reading plans and plats and whatnot. So when Bob kind of came up and said, hey, we need some help, or the city needs some help, I thought, well, it was probably time to kind of throw my hat in the ring. So I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you have. If my application is accepted, I'd be more than happy to participate. I think you said it was a 2-year term, so I don't plan on moving anywhere in the near term, so I'd be more than happy to fill that position for you.
Great, thank you. Anybody have any questions?
And you were married by Jim Hickey, so you know what better.
Absolutely, yeah.
I don't know anyone who doesn't get married and doesn't get a job when they get married. I think that comes with the,
Well, yeah.
it's like, it comes with the ring. Like, you get the ring and immediately you have a job.
It's in the
Make her
fine
happy.
print.
That's it.
Well, let's put it this way. If you don't have a job, you're not going to be married for very long. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for volunteering.
Absolutely.
Been questioned by Bob Lee.
There you go.
Good old Bob looking out. All right, and then Tracy?
I'm Tracy Schott, and I was recruited by Mrs. Garrett.
She's another.
Yeah.
Another
She's,
instigator.
She talked to me
Yeah.
about joining. I've been a resident for about 54 years. My family is from Castroville. I live right in town, right on the square. So, I kind of know what's going on in the community.
There's a lot going on in your neighborhood.
A lot
that's for
going on
sure.
in my neighborhood, yes, sir, there sure is. So I'd, like to be involved in some of this.
Nice. Great, thanks, Tracy. So the recommended motion would be to appoint Tracy Schott as an alternate number 1 to the Historic Landmark Commission and appoint Brian Griffin to the full board position number 5 on the Zoning Board of Adjustments for terms ending in 2025. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
All right, quick draw. So I have a motion and a second. You got those? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you for your service.
Thank you
Appreciate
both.
I will send y'all what
Can we
information
take a
I have.
5-minute break?
it. Yep. All right, we're going to take a recess at 7:30. Watch out, Bob will put you to work. So Bob will put you to work.
Oh, well, I know that.
That's a good thing.
I show up over there.
Some of
No,
the
he's-
6 phone calls I got 6 years ago.
Yeah.
When you got married, when you moved here, that was kind of the thing, or maybe not, the house you fixed up, living in now.
I don't know, I'm gonna tell her. I didn't think what I told her last
May
year.
or may not have been
Exact same
appropriate,
last year.
right? Because you were
Told her something.
Well, no, actually, what happened was, we built 2 houses at Gulf. And so we built and sold those. And so that was a total of 4 years, you got to kind of take that 2-year hickey so you don't get the capital tax. So we did.
Well, she's gonna do that.
The first one.
But she wanted to know
You know,
whether they had voted on it. That's what she wanted to know. Because she said they're supposed to vote on it. This is all you need. I called her. And
And then we had to sit
I
down.
thought,
Okay, what are we going to do
I
now?
really have, they haven't done just a public hearing. So they're gonna vote. Now, they obviously are supportive of it.
Streets over, us up the street from where Tim
Well, I'll look back and
that
do
corner
it.
house, right behind the rice farm. So we built that one. Did 2 years. Right about the time my daughter was graduating from high school, we decided, it's probably time to. And actually, my daughter was, I told her, she said, well, don't sell the house until I'm gone. She didn't want to have to go through the moving process and all that. And lo and behold, I came in, and it was like, it was in May, it was like midterm election was coming up, the economy was a little iffy, and I went home and I told Kathy, I said, I think we probably need to put this thing on the market.
I feel a little bit better because if you made the exact same mistake last year, I feel a little bit better. We got away with it. Well, we got away with it. No, and whether it was right or wrong, I don't know. We'll figure it out.
And man, I heard the doors slam, I heard the books hit the table, and the whole way through the house, and she was just saying, you said! And, I said, the market,
Right, well, that's the thing. I know the intent of the law has been met because we 100% showed, here's what our INS rate, here's what our name is, here's what we showed the 3 rates. We've done that multiple times. There's no,
we didn't know if we wanted to buy some bonds, outside of town, or what. And I think we were seeing up with my in-laws, up there, we voted here. And we came to eat dinner one night, and I told Kathy, I said, this is great. Something jumped out, and lo and behold, we jumped on Lafayette and came down, and when we got up to the Connor's house, because Floyd and Kitty owned the house before the family had pulled up, and Tim had his sign. And we were pulling up, I said, hey, Tim, look, the Connor's house is up for rent. Rent house for 15, 20 years. And when we got up to the stop sign, it says for sale. Well, I got on the phone, we pulled over in the front yard, got on the phone, and called Tim. I said, hey, it's a deal. Connor's house. He goes, oh, well, he's Kitty passed away. As long as Kitty was in the nursing home, they didn't have a house. And I told Tim, I said, oh, okay. I said, I'm going to take your sign, and I'm going to pull it up, and I'm going to put it back here with air conditioning. What? And I said, yeah, I said, I'm just calling your sign up. I said, and he goes, yeah, I said, well, how do you think y'all are interested in that? You know, something.
Get your grandson home and get back.
Hey, you know what? I said,
You know how to use a phone.
and so he was like, okay. But he was like, oh, hey, it's, 60-year-old home. And so I said, I think I can be able to take care of anything he's probably doing. So sure enough, he said, well, come on, get the key tomorrow. And he said, didn't make a decision after and, Sandra was his secretary, she was wearing a call, right? Well, so I walked in, and so Sandra was like, she said, are you going to buy the house? And we were like, she was so excited, because the family was crazy, a house flip was going to buy or something. And I said, yeah, so, no, from day one, I mean, once I found out it was for sale, we kind of commandeered it. And, we came up a little bit, Tim came off of his percentage, and they were glad it was actually going to make a home. And so they came in, it's like that. We closed on
I don't know if I ever told you the story about.
and by 11 o'clock, I was tearing the cabinets out.
And he came out what's wrong with the ceiling? He was in, oh, for sure. Well, later, she's telling the doctor, she's making fun of him, he was telling the doctor's face kind of white, and he said, well, our exterminator was here and sprayed, all the bugs came. So he'd actually seen it. It was real. This is years ago. 20 years ago.
Well, we had our anniversary.
I want to talk to you later about your schedule and that kind of stuff. I want to have this conversation. I can't. I want to know. Yeah, what is your plan? Tell me your days.
Yeah, I don't know. That's great.
Yeah, we're there. You would think. And I can tell her the first utility bill.
Wow.
I opened it up.
That's crazy.
How much more do we have on the bill? I'm supposed to text Claire.
Utility bill was all like,
Deborah, just let me know when you're ready.
I walked in the house and I handed the cash. I said, well, we're home. Good night.
So I'll text
Good
you.
night. Thanks, Brent. All right, Deborah, you ready?
All right, let's get this done.
All right, we're going to reconvene at 7:37. Next item is, so we're not actually taking action on this. This is going to be a discussion on awarding a contract for the development of a unified development ordinance. So we went through this, we had, Scott, did we already send out the notifications?
For which?
For the UDO, UDC?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so all of all the firms that weren't selected were notified, 2 firms that were selected were notified.
Okay, so we've shortlisted. We're going through qualifications, looking for risks, looking for the product that they've produced in the past, and going through. So I think that we've got some stuff that's going to go out over the course of this week. I think we're going to reconvene in 2 weeks, right before the next council meeting. We do expect to bring it in front of council for the next council meeting that we're meeting up at. If there are any additional, I think I had sent out some questions and requests. If there's anything else that you feel like we need to make sure is being covered in that, the examination of qualifications, please get that out to Scott and myself, and we'll get that taken care of. Cool? All right. And this is Mario Pena.
Hi.
So thank you for, did you come all the way down from Laredo for this? Or you were, oh, okay, cool, thanks. Well, sometimes that's worse. Yeah. I don't know, it's expected now. You know, the school doesn't get out now until 5, so that's fine. All right. Cool. Well, thank you for coming down. Sure. All right, next item is review and discuss proposed comprehensive fee schedule. For this, we have Scott.
Yes. And for this, you have your packet. I can pull up the agenda, and we can go on here as well. I will note that there's a couple of items as I went through it. Normally, I would go through this. I think I've told you I've changed kind of our staff meeting schedules, where we used to meet on Monday and go over the agenda items together, and it was tedious and wasn't very popular, and so I did away with that in favor of meeting with the department heads one-on-one, but I haven't been great about scheduling those. But bottom line, I didn't review the fee schedule until we got this meeting started, to be honest. So I knew we weren't adopting tonight. It's not the end of the world, but I would have liked to have reviewed a couple of things, because there's a couple of things I probably am going to recommend we change. One of them has already been, there's been some email traffic on from between our airport manager and Mayor Bob Lee about the proposed fee for the landing.
Yeah.
That was brought, there were a couple of pilots that had come in that were expecting to pay that, and they said, you should really have a fee here. If we're not buying fuel, and it only impacts jets, then you should be able to do this, there should be this fee.
Did we tell them that they can give a donation?
Yeah, that's what we probably should have done. Well, feel free to donate, but that's all, honestly, that all has to be set up in our system, and so, but at the end of the day, this isn't something that I think went through a committee, and, it would make us a grand total if we would have done it this year of $500 out of 2 different planes that landed. So I think it's best to strike that until we have a little bit more input, and maybe it's something we'll do next year, maybe not, I don't know. But anyway.
Well, the point of putting that in front of the Airport Advisory Committee, that's one of the reasons that they're there, is to find.
And I can't swear that they didn't talk about this, but I'm not aware that they did.
No,
so.
they haven't.
Yeah. Anyway, so if we want to, do you all want to go through these page by page? How do you want to handle it?
Well, let's just go through.
Not a lot of changes.
There's not a ton of them. Let's talk
minor-
about why we're looking at, so we're looking at increases on.
I can tell you, like, the platting and permitting fees, those are directly, I know that Deborah and Brianna have talked a lot about, what it costs to actually advertise when you're going to rezone. And I understand, I think it's $500 is what we're asking for. That's what it costs us to advertise now for these things. And so I get it. Someone wants to rezone their property. That's a lot of money. Well, yeah, but it's not more than what it's actually costing us. More, so anyway, so that's where those fees are coming from. There's some parks adjustments. Those are really just kind of more in line. The change that I was going to recommend on the parks one was we only have a $5 difference between inside and outside, and I don't know why. Frankly, if it's only a $5 difference, then charge them the same, or
which one are we talking about?
Make it more meaningful. On the park fees for pavilion rentals and that kind of stuff, if you're a resident, you'll pay $100 for the small pavilion or whatever it is. If you're outside, it's $105. Or I don't have them right in front of me, but it's a $5 difference. And I didn't have a chance to talk to Devin about that, or anybody in the Parks Board or anybody else. But my recommendation, just sitting here, and it's really ultimately y'all's decision that matters, is to make that more meaningful, residents versus outside folks. And a $5 difference doesn't seem to make much of a difference. And yeah, it's up to you as to what you would like to do with that. I can't, unfortunately, I'm not prepared to give you, well, how many are inside rentals today and how many are outside rentals and how would that impact our forecasted revenue? I will say that if you look at the staff report for the community services, you'll see the revenues for the year by item, by tent camping, by the various line items, and you'll see that, number one, the revenues exceed our budget considerably, but you'll also see the total impact. So for instance, how much tent camping is versus pavilion rentals versus pool rentals, you actually see the $10,000, $20,000 or how much it is. So some of these are actually quite impactful from a parks revenue standpoint.
The previous rates were only $5 different, so I think they just bumped everything.
Oh, no, that's obviously what they did, but I could have very easily talked about this last year, I just didn't. I think this is something that...
So I didn't understand, you disagree with the $5 difference?
Yes, I disagree. I would recommend, and this is just my personal opinion without checking with anybody, and we aren't trying to adopt these tonight, but something you may want to talk to people about is, should it only be a $5 difference? It seems like outsiders who don't pay taxes and aren't paying anything towards parks should be paying more. Yes, there should be more of a difference between a resident and an outsider as far as what we charge them to use our facilities. That's my, and I think that's more in keeping with what some other places do. But again, in fairness to my staff, I have not talked to them about that.
On the airport, we used to list out like what the lease rates are for like our hangars, but we didn't do it this time. Do we know why?
Well, number one, we didn't do it last year either, I don't think.
And we brought it up as a concern.
What's that?
We talked about this last time too, because Herb brought it up.
I know Herb brought it up, but the council made the decision that the hangar rates would be set by the airport manager. So they
We
aren't
don't
on
have
here.
one.
That was
Right.
the decision
Well, no, we
last
do.
year.
We do have one. Yeah, we do. And I would suggest that the airport hangar, I mean, really, I don't care. I think I said this before, but I didn't get a solid answer. Now you can give me a solid answer, that it'd be appropriate to do it on this agenda item, is do you want the airport hangar rates listed? I think what I shared last year, or last time this came up, the last meeting, I don't know if it's the very last one or one before, my comment was, really and truly on the hangars, I think it's perfectly okay to set those because we have a waiting list of 65 deep, and there isn't a lot of turnover on the hangars. They're pretty solid as far as their rentals, and setting that rate once a year probably makes sense. Where I would suggest that you don't set an annual rate would be the areas that are empty, and that's the office spaces, and so it's a terminal building, really.
Yeah.
So that would be my recommendation, and I don't think staff has any objection to that. Talking to Brianna, it's really just a preference. I know that there was a strong preference when David was here, and that was his purview, and he felt very comfortable setting those hangar rates, but we've got what we've got. Now, I will tell you this, for this year, because of the way our lease agreements work, and I don't know who originally because I think it was another comment that Bob Lee had sent via email. I don't know where the lease agreement came from historically, like who came with the first lease agreement, did it go through council, did y'all verify what it looks like? But I'm going to assume, based on what I've seen in the past, that probably is the case. So our lease requires us to tell them within a certain number of days in advance of the expiration of the lease what the new rate's going to be. And unfortunately, that time frame does not sync up with this process, the budget process. So we already had to figure out what our rate was going to be for next year and tell them as of August 1st, I think, or July 31st or something.
Okay.
So I'm just letting you know, we already told them we're going to go up, whatever it was, 2% or 3%, and we sent out those letters, and that's done for this current year. Now, we could set the rate for next year and say this is what it's going to be, but I'm just going to be.
Okay.
Historically, the rate setting would be a calendar year. Our leases were based on calendar years. We would normally pass the budget September. In that budget, in the comprehensive fee schedule, would be a rate for each hangar. And then we would notify them when the budget is approved that on January 1st, your new rate is going to be for the next year. I feel very strongly about this because we are a general law city, and contracts, large contracts, significant contracts are the purview of the city council. And 2 years ago, we voted to do away with that. And we voted to give it to the airport manager and the city administrator, which I can understand because we had a very highly trained, competent, professional airport manager and a very highly trained professional city administrator. We don't have that anymore. We have 20% of an airport manager.
We have half of that still.
Well, we have, and I'm not saying anything to
Negative
try
about it,
and
right.
diminish Brianna's duties. She's doing a great job, but she's not a trained airport manager. She has no aviation experience. I think I'm the only person sitting on this dais that knows that's an aviator. And I feel very strongly that we should take that back, and the city council should set the rates for every hangar. I don't really have a very strong feeling about the terminal building. I think the administrator can manage that. But the hangars, especially the large commercial hangars, are a huge part of airport revenue. And I think it's our duty to make sure that we're competitive. I mean, we have a 60-person waiting list. So obviously, we're not charging too much, because if we were, we wouldn't have a waiting list. So I'm not going to be here at the next meeting when you vote on this, but I would implore the city council to read the email that the former mayor sent out today.
Well, I think we discussed this last time. I don't think that anybody...
He didn't have the email then. We discussed it, but we never made any decision.
Right, because we're deciding on this on the next one. But yeah,
So-
I don't have any problem with that. I'll make sure that we bring that up. And
I need to
Scott
look into the
supports that.
lease timing, because what you said,
Yeah,
I need
I
to
think
see
we need
when
to-
and how that changed. But obviously, if it changed, it can be changed back if that's the desire of the council, that those leases be on a calendar basis, and they aren't, I need to confirm all this, and they aren't presently, then we'll just have to get that back on a calendar basis. And that's easy enough to do. Or
I think we
we
just
need
make
to
sure that-
align this process with that, which one of the two, right?
We need to list every one of the hangars in the comprehensive fee schedule and vote on it at the council level.
Right.
And we would do the mechanics with the
If
city
someone-
administrator.
Let's say someone moved out of the hangar, and we re-leased it, and we thought we could charge more for it, but we couldn't charge more for it because it's comprehensive.
It will sit empty.
Right.
You can set the rates every year. The lease
I'm talking
specifies.
Between the years.
I don't think it's going to go up substantially, like the value of it from one year to the next. I think that you get,
Supply and demand.
yeah.
It's the larger hangars we have. We
But
can
our lease
have that issue.
specifies that we're supposed to be using the CPI and inflation rates. We're supposed to be doing analysis.
I think the challenge that y'all had in the past, and this was David's argument, that in the past, there was I don't remember which hangar it was, but it was the Almond one, or the one that, I think it's one that Dream Flights is in now. That particular hangar sat empty for a very long time, because the rate was too high. Whatever we were setting at, we couldn't get anybody in it.
For 2 years.
Right.
It was damaged. It was unusable.
I
The
I don't-
wind blew down the wall.
No, I'm going to go back, Herb, because I don't know all the facts, but based on what David was saying, that there was periods of time that were not a month or two, it was years, where that hangar was usable and rentable, but wasn't rented because the price was too high. And that was part of his argument for, the airport manager would be more nimble. But again, I'm not trying to argue one side or the other.
Well, I think we're trying to make an argument that, is anybody opposed to changing the way that we're doing this? Putting on the fee schedule, getting the leases aligned with our policies? I think that's fine.
Well, and I will add,
And
we
this
have
is just
no
a-
issue whatsoever adding it to this fee schedule. So when this is adopted, you will have what our current rates are. And then between now and then, I just need to figure out the whole lease situation. When they renew, if they change, why they change.
Yeah, I
and
just
how
wanted
we
to short
change them
circuit
back.
it, just to cut it short, because I think that we're all in agreement. I think that it's the right way to go, and I don't see any issues with it.
One other comment, with regard to all the other proposed changes in the schedule, I support all of them, and I agree with your your recommendation that non-residents should pay more than $5 more. I think they ought to adjust that. But I'm in favor of the increases in the RV park. Those are very prudent increases, they're very competitive, and I don't have any objection to any of the other recommended improvements, increases.
So I got one other question. On the refuse, we have the commercial listed, but I thought we don't.
We don't. And it's funny because there was a lot of back and forth. Do you want these on there, Dixon, or do you not want them on there? And I said, well, I mean, for information purposes, if someone, keep in mind, this is something that gets posted to our website. If someone were to go and check, at least we could say, well, this is what it should be. This is the rate that they should be charging you. But you're absolutely correct. There was one version of this that didn't have them on there.
Okay.
And I erred on the side of someone may want to know, so we'll put them on there.
Okay.
But you're right. Good
Which
catch.
one are you talking about?
The commercial rates under garbage. We don't do the commercial. We don't collect it. We don't bill it. There's a small percentage adder for administration that the city gets on the commercial that gets remitted to us by Waste Management, but they handle all of it. And so we had taken it out of the comprehensive fee schedule at one point, but I put it back in for
But you put a
reference.
parentheses there, it says
Informational.
informational and collected by those.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
I got a question.
Good.
Okay, going back to the park. And I see, and again, this is in the, so basically, if you're renting a pavilion, so if you rent let's say if you rent area 1, 4 tables, $40 per resident, okay? And then the next thing down, it says pavilion and picnic areas, 3-day minimum, so you can rent them for 3 days in a row. And area number 1 is $160. So it costs you more money to rent it for 3 days versus 1 day. But maybe I'm reading that wrong. And then the other one is like the large, if you look at the, if you look at large pavilion and small pavilion, for 3 days is exactly the same fee if you rent the large pavilion or small pavilion for 1 day times 3. Like it's $125 proposed for large pavilion, full day, but for 3 days, it's $375, which is $125 times 3. So I guess I don't understand that fee schedule.
What's the 3-day minimum, yeah?
And 3-day minimum, so it's for 3 days. 3-day minimum could say that, well, it could be 5 days. I want it for 5 days, it's just a 3-day minimum. Or is that per day? I mean, but I'm assuming that's for 3 days, it would be $375. And so that's the same, but then going down below, it costs you more money to rent it for 3 days versus 1 day.
Where do you see the 1 day rate?
They have
Page
above
above
it,
that.
Page 4.
the page 4.
Oh.
And I think that's kind of where that $5 came from.
Well-
If it's resident $40, non-resident $45, but then, I would think the minimum that ought to be cranked up to a $10 difference when those fees got up over $100.
Well, the other ones, so these are, the 3-day minimums are for the long weekends where we've got
That's what I'm
special
saying. I think
events.
these are holiday. This is holiday rates, but where does it say that?
Well, I think that you should take a look at these.
Doesn't.
I think part of what he's saying is there are some of them, like you look at Area 1, Area 2, and it's more, like, an individual day is $40, $45, and a 3-day is $160, so that's like 4 times instead of 3 times. Let's just make sure that they're commensurate with.
Well, no. What I'm going to tell you is, what it needs to be spelled out here is this needs to say holiday, and I think this came up once before.
I think it
Yeah.
needs to say holiday
So
above
what?
park interest.
Yes, agreed. Like somewhere in here, it needs to say holiday rates, because what we want them to do during holidays is want them to book for a minimum of 3. So there is really not supposed to be. We're trying to figure out what is a reasonable amount. If we're going to make you book it for three days, what's a reasonable amount to charge for the 3 days? And there really isn't a lot of compatibility between that and then, well, if I went in and rented it for one, because realistically, people don't rent them for 3 days except during holidays. So
Now I understand.
the holiday rate is you kind of have to think about it as a separate rate.
Yeah, so
because it's a
there
different
above park
requirement.
interest rate needs to say.
Yeah. Sorry, it took me a minute to catch up with y'all, but
Yeah.
that's and I recall having this discussion. So
That's
I will,
definitely explained my question.
I'll revisit that.
Okay.
Perfect. That's why we have these meetings. We will adjust that, and then,
And of
did
course,
you
if
catch
on
the other
Sony,
one?
it makes
We need to
sense
list
to put
airports.
on the winter time, so it's more expensive.
And we need to figure out, as far as the fee difference, I mean, I heard Councilman Dyer say he's for it, but what, would you leave? What I will do is, I'm gonna take that back to Parks Board and Devon. I don't know if they're gonna meet between now and the 12th, but I'm gonna try to get some more input on, one, do we have any breakout of revenue from residential versus outside? What does that look like for these fees? And then, two, based on that information, then what would you recommend we do to make a greater difference? Because in my mind, there should be at least a 20%, a 25% difference in cost, resident versus non-resident. If you're a non-resident, you're going to pay 20 to 25% more.
And how are you going to find out if they're resident or non-resident?
Well, somehow we must, because we're doing this.
Saying that the
Yeah, it's with your
taxes-
license or utility bill.
Yeah, somehow we must when they book it.
But see, the license, I wouldn't rely on that, because if you have active duty military that is stationed here, a lot of states, they have a clause to where you don't have to get a new driver's
So
license.
I'll find out, Sheena, what we're doing today. I don't know what they're
Yeah.
doing today to verify that, so I'll find out what they're using. But we would use, the assumption is we'd use the same process. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Your camera got my belly tonight. I'm not happy.
All right. Looks good. Next item is discussion on salary survey results and policy. For this, we have Scott again.
Let me send it quick. Okay. So, I have a report. I got to speak with the consultant at about 4:30 this afternoon. So, otherwise I would have had it in your packet, but I wanted to have an opportunity to review it first. The basic, the main takeaway from this report is that we have approximately 30% of our employees that are below the prevailing midpoint of the salary range for a given position. So 30% are below the median. The cost to move that 30% up to the median would be $154,000. And again, that's the midpoint of the earning range. Some of them are within, and what we did is looked at a low, medium, high, right? So, and that's what most of the surrounding cities and other places, they have a pay band. So here's what you are at an entry level, here's what you are when you have about 2 years of experience, and here's where you are when you have about 5 years of experience. And so that's a pay band. So for our employees, when you look at our pay banding system, again, about 30% are below what would be that midpoint. Another takeaway was just to look at the number of positions in total, the total quantity of positions. So the amount of unique positions that we surveyed, and I might have put this in there, was 52, I believe. I think this is in my agenda summary form, my agenda summary for this item. But of those, I think it's 22 that were below the median, so that's, again, going back to that 30%. Some of these positions, where we're most out of line, where I'm seeing we're most out of line is in electric, and a little bit in water. So this isn't a general fund issue for the most part. It's a utility fund issue. For the people who are above median, the thing I haven't had time to do is go in and look at longevity, and I want to do. I've talked to the consultant about that. I want to do a longevity comparison to understand how much of that is the result of just someone continuing to get 3%. Because as you all know, it's compounds. It's 3% this year and then 3% next year. The strong advice is to do merit pay increases. We are not at a point where we can do that. and I made that kind of clear to the consultant. To do merit pay effectively, you need to have trained supervisors, trained managers, clear expectations, goals and objectives that are set, and that are then, measured and discussed on a consistent and timely basis, right? And some of that happens in the organization, as I don't want to act like we have good. I can't stress this enough. We have some fantastic employees that are literally, bleed for the city. However, the city has not developed leadership talents and skills in the supervisors and managers that we have. We have some more development to do. The good news is that our ADP payroll system is very, very, very robust and offers the ability to do merit pay adjustments and all the things I just mentioned. Setting goals and objectives, setting expectations, having reviews, having regular reviews, where the all through the ADP system that all of our employees have access to, they have the ability to use that. We haven't implemented it, and that's something I need to do, and it's just not going to happen overnight. So that's, I think, what would be a future objective for the city is to go to a merit pay system. In the interim, what I'm going to bring back at probably the next meeting, it's either the next meeting or the meeting following. It won't impact the budget. Like I said, we've already kind of factored in these raises, but what I want to do is look at the market-based adjustments by employee, and then look at a COLA payment that would not be, it would be basically treated as a merit pay increase. So it doesn't, it's a one-time, it's a merit pay, it's a one-time payment, but it doesn't impact your base salary. So it's not compounding. So each year you would get, whereas in the past we've made a COLA payment, well, that just made your salary go up, and the next year we did a COLA based on that. If the COLA would be based on your salary would remain the same. Does that make sense?
The annual bonus type
I need
thing.
to look at that and put a plan together. And again, I got this information this morning, and I only had time to look at it at 4:30 this afternoon. So I want to do some more deep diving and then come up with an actual legit, like, by employee plan, and then put together the numbers and see how that works. More than likely to do all of the salary adjustments that this report identifies, it would take more than a year. It would take more than one budget cycle to do that, the $154,000 we talked about, simply because that's only 30% of the employees for the city, and the other 70% are not going to be happy if you just say, well, sorry, you missed out. So that's what I'm going to come up with is a solid plan and present that to you, like I said, probably at the next meeting.
Yeah, I think that'd be really good. I think it's really important that we get them up to, if we're below the median, that's concerning to me, and I think that you've been doing a good job of getting them caught up with that. I think that we need to be very responsible. They give up a lot for us.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I had another sheet that goes along with this, and that was the actual, all the surveyed entities and where they're at. I was going to share that with you, but basically
It's
it's
on the
every,
item.
what's that?
It's on the item. You have it listed out.
Okay, good, because it's every city in the county more or less, and then some of our other
School
big
districts.
saws. One of the real challenges is Sarah, and I got a text earlier from John. Sarah, no experience necessary, starting pay $19 an hour. And that's really frustrating because I think we have some fantastic employees and I want to be able to pay them, but I can't pay them Sarah and Saw's rates. We just can't. And what that means is we had, for instance, I'll pick on Roy real quick. So Roy, the new Roy, we had the old Roy and then we had the new Roy. Well, the new Roy's gone. He went and took a job, I think, at Saw's. I don't want to mistake. I think it's Saw's. But it's because they were offering, I mean, literally it's like $20,000 more a year and way less responsibility and no need for a license and that kind of stuff. He's just, and yeah, I can't fault him. They have a new baby, they have their plans and issues, and we just couldn't compete with it. So that's going to be, I think, a reality that we deal with. We want to be able to train, give people, I mean, frankly, it's also a compliment that you can train someone up and they can take a job somewhere else. But that's the thing I think we will struggle with on some level is that especially where the utilities are concerned, we're going to have a real difficulty competing. The other area on the general fund side is going to be PD. Now, we've done a pretty good job. I think we're at like 50 to 54 range for most of our officers that are at the entry level. So that for an entry level pay, that's pretty good comparatively speaking to the market. I do understand, I have heard that the county is going up on their base pay, so they'll be at close to 60 this year. And that could cause some issues. But anyway, that's all stuff that I'm going to look at over the next week or so.
Great. Any questions about that?
Just our, the fact that the only places we're low is in our utilities. It's kind of frightening. That's our.
Yeah, because those guys.
That's also our revenue stream, so.
Yeah, well, and I tell you, I mean, one of the things that frustrates me is I do think we have some great guys, but keeping morale up sometimes is a challenge, especially when we have systems that are breaking all the time. And they never break 8 to 5 Monday through Friday. If they did, that'd be fantastic. But they always seem to break just when you've got plans to be with your family or you've got something else going, and now you got to go put on your boots and take care of it. So I'm grateful for what they do and that they show up every single time. But
Ours was Arnie's fault.
frustrating. What's that?
I said our last one in River Bluff.
Oh,
was
yeah.
Arnie's
Yeah,
fault.
thanks, Ernie.
Yeah, they were up till 3 a.m.
Oh, I know.
on that one. We had a major line bust. They tried to fix it. The fix didn't hold. They had to fix it again. It was a mess.
Yeah, I was down there. Yeah.
It was a mess.
Great, thank you. Appreciate you getting them back in line. Next item is discussion and possible action on calling a work session regarding utility policy updates, including water conservation. So this, we're just wanting to set a date for it. How soon can you be ready for that conversation, Scott? Is this a week, 2 weeks?
No, well, I was going to tell you some of the calendaring, but I'm out all of next week. I'm delivering my second child to Utah for school. The real question is, how urgent is this? And, I personally, I think we should set it for October, November, get RESPEC in to do that and have a workshop. Because you tell me, but I don't see this as being a major urgent item. It's something that we definitely need to address, especially when we talk about water conservation and our rate making for water and that kind of stuff. But there isn't, I don't think there's a
Is RESPEC ready to talk to us?
I think so. I mean, they've done, again, they did all of the study that you all already have, which is looked at our water rights, the uses, the drought stages. So they have a lot of really good information there. And obviously, they're not new kids on the block when it comes to helping cities identify ways to look at conservation. There is a separate issue that I know that they're looking into that would be a regional initiative in Medina County to look at water, do something similar to what San Antonio's done, where we would utilize the Sandy layer.
Reservoir?
What's that?
The reservoir?
Yeah, it's basically create our own reservoir. Right now, this wouldn't be something that we could do because we're in the middle of a drought and we have no excess water. But in the years where we had excess pumping capacity, what they're looking at is creating a reservoir and creating our own, basically, if you think about this, a small version of the EAA, or maybe the EAA would be the parent over that reservoir as well, and we would look at pumping rights and all of that stuff, because we would actually be pumping, we'd be utilizing our Edwards to pump in, our Edwards rights to pump into that. So it's something that
Downstream, which is the Wilcox.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know. That's something that they're looking into. We're at the very preliminary stages of talking to people about. But that might be something that, again, by October timeframe, they may have a little bit more fleshed out as far as having those conversations with the other players.
So you want to do this in October?
Or, I don't know, whatever.
I don't think that we're in an emergency situation. I mean, it's getting tight, and I think that we've got the water rights to cover us for now. We need to do it by the end of the year. As soon as practical, I think is what it is.
Well, we're going to have the other thing is we're going to have a CIP workshop in that same October, November timeframe. That's the timeframe we should be doing that. I don't anticipate issuing any debt. In the past, we had a CIP workshop, and then we utilized that to then go issue debt. And we were already kind of making some of those decisions late, the second meeting in September and early October. We aren't doing that this year, so there's not as much pressure to do that. But this might be something we could combine those two efforts, the CIP
Okay.
and the.
Then why don't you make a recommendation on when we do that, and we'll send it out to council. We'll just do it over email.
Would you, my question for you all is, and I know David's not here, and it's probably most impactful to him, is in the past, we've tried to have workshops on the same day as a council meeting. Do you still want to try to do that? Or is this something where you want to have a special, separate workshop?
If we're okay with it, can we do it in the evening? I've used a lot of vacation time for the city and kind of like to reserve a couple of days for myself.
All right, so not on a council meeting date?
Separate day.
Separate day.
An evening, if that's all right?
Works.
I'm just gonna throw it out, Thursday evening's pretty good with most people.
Yeah, I have to look at, what we have to balance is then our other public meetings that we have, and which ones fall on Thursdays, and which Thursdays those would be in October. So that's good, though, as long as, that's very good. In the evening, not on a council day.
In October.
In October.
Not
We can narrow that down.
Not the 5th.
So what, the 12th?
That's your birthday?
Stop it, people. We're gonna look at our calendar, and then we'll send it out to you.
Okay.
I don't want to set the date tonight, because I've got
All right.
to.
Not the 5th, not the 12th.
All right, next.
So you can't, the first Thursday's always good.
All right, so no 5th, no 12th, we'll make a note of that.
So next item is staff reports. Scott, did you want to highlight anything on these?
I've said a lot of positive things about our staff. I don't know that I need to say more other than we did have a couple of felons we didn't talk about. So I bragged on our utility crews. I really and truly can't say enough positive things about them. We've had some significant turnovers. I've told you, I think we lost 6 people in the last 8 months or so. So that's not great. Mostly for pay reasons. There's not, it isn't morale and other issues. It's really about pay. We talked about parks, and you saw Josh and Curl here. Very happy with the revenue that we're seeing there, and that's in that report. We haven't talked about PD, and I think they're worthy of bragging on too. We had 3 teenagers that were really causing a lot of issues, a disproportionate amount of issues for the city of Castroville, whether breaking into cars, or breaking into stores, or just being hoodlums. And I think one of them's got an ankle monitor, one is probably going to have an ankle monitor soon, and the other one, I think, is incarcerated somehow. So, but all of that happened as a team, truly as a team effort in our PD, between the detective and Terry and all the chief and just everybody that he corralled to do that. So I think we've got an excellent department. I think they're really focusing hard on the culture of policing in Castroville and being mindful of having a professional attitude towards their policing efforts in training and everything else that we've talked about. Certainly the technology enhancements, the investments that you've made in the PD have not gone unnoticed. Every chance they get, I hear thanks to the council for that investment, because it means a lot. I mean, this is what helps the guys do their jobs. So that's all I would add, I think.
I got a couple of questions.
Yep.
Go ahead.
There was no report for the airport or community development in the packet, so we all good?
I can't remember what. Yeah, I know Brianna's sick today.
Oh, okay.
And I don't. But I don't. Yeah, I will say this. With the, not making excuses, but for her, with this UDO RFP, we've had a lot of work. Between that and the back and forth with Shad, we've spent a lot of time looking at the Flat Creek Development Agreement. Picking on Shad because he's here. But we spent a lot of time on the Flat Creek Development Agreement and then that UDO and the interviews and everything else. So I imagine that played a role.
All right, and then on code enforcement, there's still the lines that says council representative is looking to civil suit against the person. I thought we were going to change that.
What were we going to change it to?
The city council, because it says not one person, but.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I don't remember, I didn't remember that note, but it's
And
in the
Yeah, I know.
compliance, code enforcement report.
And then I've got one other question, and then all my questions will be
Well,
answered.
wait, go back to your question. Can city, county, what do you want to change it to?
Well, it says council
It should just say the
representative
city.
is looking into civil suit against the person.
And you want
Yeah,
to say
the city.
council is
No.
looking.
Correct.
The city.
Well, it just should say the city.
Yeah,
The city.
yeah. And then my last question, did we ever find out when we had the water outage in River Bluff, why over half the people in the neighborhood didn't get the I-info?
No. Other than that, they weren't, no. I don't believe it was geographic, but it's possible they select the wrong geographic reason. But the other question is, are they on I-info?
Yeah.
Because they're on I-info, but they didn't
Oh,
get
yeah.
a notice. Huh.
Yeah, because I only found out because I turned on my water,
Uh-huh.
and one of my neighbors walking down the street said, yeah, we got a water main bust.
Yeah.
See, and that's just it.
That's the thing, I got it too.
I didn't find out about it until 10 PM. Then, like, my neighbor across the street who gets all the IFOs, and she works at the library, they didn't get anything. So, and a lot of people did not get any messages.
But
So they're blowing up my phone to
it's not
find
a
out.
carrier issue? 'Cause I mean,
I'm AT&T.
what I can't understand, well. on
Well, they would
Verizon.
eventually come through, though.
Yeah, I know,
Even
but I'm
if
saying,
they're-
well, that could, but if it's a carrier
But-
issue, I don't know.
Yeah.
So if so it wasn't a geographic, I'll look into it, but I don't know that we'll know, because if we didn't do we have the geofencing, but it sounds like we didn't do the geofencing, because everybody got the notice.
Hey, if you can just talk to whomever sent that out and figure out what could have gone wrong. If there's a glitch in the system, we need to talk to the company about it. And
Yeah, it just,
if it's a glitch in a process, then we just need to fix it.
yeah, please.
Did you get it?
Yeah, I got it. No, I got it,
So you
yeah.
know the time and date that it came in, find out. what-
Yeah, no, well, I mean, I remember the exchange, I sent it to you, it was like, hey, here it is. I need to
Well,
get you,
that's
I
because
thought you
I
weren't
text
signed
you.
up. Yeah, I know, I thought you weren't signed up, I said, hey,
Oh, no,
we need to get
I'm
you signed up on this stuff.
Oh, no, I'm signed
Yeah.
up.
I gotta get you signed up.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, that's
no,
what I said.
I'm
You didn't
signed
get it
up.
on the bridge either.
Huh?
You didn't get the, because that's
Nope,
what you.
I didn't get anything. Only reason I found out about the bridge is because somebody put it on next door. And then one of the county guys came into the store and told me all about it.
Yeah, see,
So
I
the
got
city
it.
and the county sent that out to the entire county.
I didn't get anything.
So, I mean, to really look into this issue, I need to
did.
know the names. I can definitely follow up on Sheena.
Yeah.
But I would need to know the names of every person that didn't get it and have their, so that I can then cross-reference that with the list that iInfo has for those, whether those contact, maybe they got deleted out of the system, I don't know. So I need to look, okay.
Okay.
Thank
I can
you.
look into yours, I'll look into yours.
Thank you. All right, that's all.
Anything else? All right, next item is executive session. Pursuant to the Texas Open Meeting Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, entitled Consultation with Attorney, and Texas Government Code, Section 551.085, entitled Deliberation Regarding Economic Development Negotiations, the City Council may convene in executive session to receive advice from the City Attorney regarding the following. The two items are KF Flat Creek LP, that's Kingfish Development Agreement, and Alsatian Oaks. Then, under Texas Government Code Section 551.072, entitled Deliberation Regarding Real Property, to deliberate the purchase of real property, and that is Gutierrez property for future public works facility. Then finally, Texas Government Code Section 551.086, entitled Competitive Utility Matters, the City Council, as the governing body of a public power utility and public gas utility, will meet in closed session to discuss competitive matters, including purchase power agreements. And the three items are CPS separation agreement, ICPS gas contract renewal and related activities, and LCRA wholesale power rates. We're going to go into executive session.
Before you adjourn, I was going to ask you this question. We have the developer present. Do you want him to make any public comments prior to us going to executive session? We're going to vote on the item afterwards, but prior to us going into deliberating, I thought this might be a good opportunity to.
Absolutely. I think that's fine. Please come on up. Good suggestion. Is that appropriate for the
Agenda?
Agenda?
Yeah, because you can do it under citizens' comments, and citizens are allowed to comment on any agenda item at any time during the meeting. They still are limited to the same 3 minutes that you would give during the public comment period. Is that correct?
So we're going to pause that, or we're going to table that item that I'm not going to read again.
Yeah.
And we'll open it up to citizens' comments. If you don't mind, come on up, state your name and your address, and love to hear from you.
Which project is this, Black Creek?
But you did hear the 3-minute time limit.
No.
3 minutes?
We'll go home.
I'll be quick. Hi, my name's Shad Schmid. My address is 318 Waxbury Trail, San Antonio, Texas. I'm with Kingfish, owner of Kingfish Development, and we've been working with Scott and city staff, Brianna, et cetera, Mr. Benford as well. That's my attorney over there, Rob, as project managers. I just want to thank you all for your time and effort and all the meetings and effort that have gone into this. I think it's been a good give and take back and forth, and I think it's worked out pretty well. Again, just want to thank you for all your time, effort, and consideration of the development agreement that you're going to discuss in private session and hopefully vote on later. So if you have any questions of me, I'm staying put. I'm not going anywhere, so I'll be here.
We'll reserve the right to ask you some questions after the executive session.
That'd be just fine.
Great.
All right. Thank you all.
All right, thank you. So we are going to go into executive session at 8:24.
Sorry.
I'm not just rumors.
They won't know who you are.
I just want to hear that.
So you can say their name.
Yeah.
You did the OUV,
Oh, yeah.
the OUV.
Yeah, I signed
We
this.
funded the bridge and whatever, so we still got to work that out.
Yeah, that just needs to be covered for closing. So that's two days more closing night versus. That's something. Yeah.
This is a big factor.
Yeah. Still need to go to these. Yes.
It takes so long to get everything. I mean, they all around the process. Archie will tell you.
I don't even know it.
I've had several questions of people asking me how long we've been for this minutes for you making a full late.
That's about it.
And I said, I don't think so. You'll probably find some grass and weeds putting it out. That's what that makes it. Oh, we're gonna hope they build the dam.
Yeah, I mean, they want to overflow on the night and really get
Yeah.
rich.
I said, you guys will love each other.
So, I don't know whether this should be, the only question Terry asked me, when I read it, I kind of could tell, it's a 10,000 square foot average size lot, right? You have some that are a little smaller. You have some that are a little bit, you manage the park area, right?
Yeah.
That's right. You just want to make sure no lots under 10,000 square feet. I think that's quite right. The average is not even 10,000.
Yeah, we got a mix. So,
You got your 6,000, your 8,000.
we have a handful that are 6,000, and then we have some that are over 10,000,
Yeah.
some that are a little below 10,000. And then, you know, it didn't get, that holds it on both sides.
Yeah, that's it, you know, that we have green areas, it's all worried about the small ones.
Well, the small lots aren't technically that kind of, I mean, it's age-targeted products.
Which he's doing.
Well, that's what he wanted.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, he asked me these questions.
No, I have some more traditional.
Yeah, he would.
So, it's, I mean, it's kind of look very colors.
Unfortunately, the interest rate stuff, that's the
Well,
part.
that'll turn around.
1 year.
We all hope. It's
One year. I mean, it really. But it will be November of 2024, the election happens.
Oh,
treasury, the 30 years old. So the whole spread, normally, you don't have this uncertainty of volatility, that spread is about 100 and so forth. So this is 170. Today, the 10-year treasuries are 4.30. As far as I know, they're 7 because we don't know what's going to happen. Right. It's the uncertainty, so it'll settle down in the second 2000. Election year will work out there.
No, election year, no matter what happens, there's a prices come down. They always find free money to go.
You think so?
I love, every city's, every county, our dollars, they're just built into the budget. What's this line item of extra money? No, it's our money.
Yeah.
These guys are so worried about the house, you build it all for us and give it to us.
The budget is pretty small. I mean, it's very.
It's fixing to get a whole lot larger, though.
Is that not the city's?
All around us. In fact, I bought every piece of property in the bottom of this next parking lot. Not much of this. Bought my phone out here 23 years ago, and then they decided, Microsoft decided to buy the thing right in front of me.
Didn't want to force it to one.
Well, that's the one on 471. We bought that one 5 years ago. Microsoft is closing on some of their things right next to it.
Where are you going?
But I'm not that one.
The one up the train?
The one on the train, yes, the Workcroft property, they bought that. And they're building that. But they just bought 750 more commercial buildings. That family. Anywhere 381, there's a little crooked road that's going to all those developments. Going to Tranquil Ventures.
Yes.
Okay, we went right across the street.
Oh, right there.
Right down that road. We went down on the left-hand side, where they just built a new log town.
Yeah. Okay.
There's about 750 acres there. It goes like this on 381 and then all the way to 471.
Oh, I know these. Okay, I got it.
And so Terry and his partner and I own 270 acres. It was like this, there was one in between, all the way down to 471. So we're right there. So eventually, somebody's going to want it. Biggest problem is you got to cross 100-year floodplain 3 times. Which is not fun. That's an expensive proposition, so.
All those properties are CPS service area, right? Now, yeah.
They are the electric cooperative, because they hate CPS. They're trying the hardest to get away from CPS. In fact, they can tear down the building that they built over there, the research park, and move it this way to do it.
So I represent Microsoft when we did the original deal with the city of San Antonio, that's CPS. And, it was a big deal, CPS rate. What's primary complaint is CPS rates are not competitive with us. Even at the highest rates, they got a better rate than Toyota. Toyota had the best rate. And then we issued an even better CPS rate. But they pulled out and said, this, we go any place, we go any place in the world for days. We got cheaper power. But, in the San Antonio area, it's not just power, it's redundancy, utilities, and infrastructure. So Western Hills, right, what they call Western Hills, they oversize all the utilities out there, we have great streets and all that, so that's why they like Western Hills.
So I'm sure on my house, they're going to put a 60-acre data center, that's all around it. And then 60 acres, there's a solar farm. Because it's right on the main high line that comes from the south end of the nuclear project.
They also own the property near the U.S. Bridge House.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, that's where I live.
Yeah.
Clay and I are up in Orange, I mean, Clay lives right next to it, he'll find a tooth man. I'm not sure what good it'll do.
I don't know, it's lots of money. It's a lot of value on the actual, it's like $4, maybe, if you're lucky. But not a lot of traffic impact.
I love to have one in my jurisdiction, like the city or county.
Well, we actually have 2 or 3 in the county. I want to building out here at 200 acres. Of course, I talked to Kevin off, the guy over Graves, that actually runs the government, where the government data center is going to be. They're going to have different ones. And he tells me they're having to build so much computer capacity for artificial intelligence. They could build from now 20 years and right in the middle.
Yeah, scary.
And that's why, and I asked him whether doing it down here, Sunshine would be one consideration, but apparently a lot of fiber optics. You're San Antonio?
Yeah, that's right. And so it's just, it's a great location for me.
Apparently the main line from California all the way over the border runs right through here. I didn't know that. Is that right, Arch?
And right through that building across the street.
Is that what the building across through here?
No, I mean, right here, AT&T and all the other stuff goes, that they have all this new stuff that they can, you know, all of that. So if anything gets dug up, it stops the world, so to speak, by accident. Phoenix is also a good location. Phoenix is a great spot. Phoenix.
Phoenix.
Yeah, it's Omaha, of all places. So it's weird where they locate it. And then they'll notice that data centers just cluster. Right?
Yeah, well, I mean,
You're gonna have fun. Omaha is close to the headquarters. Yeah. There has been some chit chat, not anybody in authority, but just talking about, well, that was not their own box, it was, that was over here, this is over there. Is there some way of the city annexing or connecting some way if it goes, you know, across the street, your property, and then across the highway here, and back over here, and then property over here where the building is, to annex you then through the utility corridors, similar to what you would know, the way the Chevy dealership got to where it is, because that was the city's ownership of many things, water and sewer line that went from here to there. The rest of it was all not in the city limits. That's the cities that do strict annexation. Yes, yeah, provided that, but to get like to the closest one over here west, you either have to be jumping back and forth about 3, 4, 5 different people that would maybe allow something like that to happen, but the expense would be worth the trouble over the taxes. You know, you don't have, maybe you gotta go through 10 different parcels. Some of them were broken up of the old original land grants and all kinds of stuff too. So like, you know, come through here. You can't talk people on the wall during annexation. No, that's even if it's a 10-foot wide easement. If the property's all out, you're not going to pay a tax, eventually you roll back on it, don't pay someone. No one wants to do all the regulations and all the taxes. And it's Texas, right, for small government, and you can stay in the county, you can go in the county.
If you get the utilities to probably do that, or if you can be in San Antonio as a chief, and get it, it's easier to do that.
It's in really responsibility, this is in the house.
That's what I'm
I mean,
saying.
San Antonio is actually from they've got the rules, they're consistent, they really don't change a whole lot, and so you know what you get, right? When you know the rules, and they know the rules, you know the rules. Same with, you know, their county change. A little worse, but still better than a lot of others. Bear County, the issue is staffing over there. Yeah, it takes time, because it's so slow, responsive. So, same thing here. So Scott and Brianna work with the responsive, but it's not about that side, it's about. It's a challenge. Structural soil is kind of engineer. He just retired. part of this, it got nothing to do with what we would normally do, which is here's an additional little thing you can do for the next, I don't know, it was 2 months. He was here in the area, but we never saw him when they were drinking. We always do stuff that we don't do. But, yeah. He's learning again with both ends and trying to not government just do right by everybody when we don't we do everybody all the time. Attempting to do some of these other, I just came back from Philadelphia from Southern Alabama, where I was staying is a township that was a main town of 1,702 living units, but they're all like Park Village kind of thing. Golf courses in between and lakes, and there's no more than 4 units tied to one physically if it is a structure, but they're not straight lines. You know, here's zigzaggy that, here's a little park over there, 2 others over here, and something else. It's been there since the 80s. And just thinking about some of the growth we know that's been talked about, well, it's 20 years plus what's actually here to come. Similar to a lot of what Bryce, the guy that was up there earlier, when our journey forward workshops were going on next to the all that kind of stuff. Put the buildings back in development of towns, put all the straight line streets, all the, mirror images of everything. Squash there. Yeah, squash there. I don't know how straight streets are now. No, I don't like straight streets with grids. Yeah, it's supposed to grid, right? Yeah. That's how it was built years ago. You know, a lot of cul-de-sacs here. Yeah. Well, and you got the downtown. Yeah, those are the running circles, and that's where they just will slow traffic down. And we're like that, it's 4 lanes, and 60 miles an hour. Yeah. So you have to do something that's a slow mechanism, not just speed bumps. Yeah. So the actual things to slow traffic down, especially in your neighborhood, is curved streets. You can't see around that curve, you're not going to go that fast. You're not going to hear. You're going to slow down, right? So you can see 300 yards down the road. Yeah. You fly. So that's why we try to do more streets. It's not quite a coping plan, which is like Rick Harrison. So, you know, that Rick Harrison, he's the mastermind of code. That was just the whole thing about urban streets. Yeah. And the homes are very setback, bar, the sidewalks don't follow the streets. It's a whole different, it's a different way of using it. It's circles. It's always wanted to do like that way. Before Interstate 35 was built, where US 81 in San Marcos and 121 from 123, everybody from Sabine, there was a circle for years. When the interstate came through, obviously, it disappeared. And it was bang, 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 they had circles everywhere in the United States, and everybody ran into each other because they were all inside cut out homes. Well, now, in the last, 10 years, circles, whatever name they refer to them. Roundabouts. They're roundabouts now, but people don't know they're roundabouts. But it was roundabouts are coming back because of the same thing, with it's slowing traffic, you gotta see where you're going. It doesn't stop it, it just kind of slows a little bit, slows a little bit, you're still moving. But yeah, you know how to use traffic circles? They're awesome. Fantastic. But a lot of people just like to get to it and stop. Never stop.
Well, you might have to for somebody in the lane, but other than that, you don't need to.
Yeah.
Plan or not, you can just kind of.
I'm going over there, and I'm still on the inner line of about 4 parts of the circle, and I said, I'm going back there. I read this article from the original 2 years ago. There's some towns in Ohio that is like a poster child for roundabouts. Like they had literally replaced 1.5 of their intersections with roundabouts, and they've got rid of traffic lights. I can't get into the town. I think I'm pretty sure it's in Ohio.
That's interesting. So in San Antonio, Almacola, actually
Park, there's that roundabout there, people always just, there's a fountain, people just kept running into it. I lived in Long Vista, which was very close at the time, and Mary Alice is there, so her sister was well, she's on the city council. And the people would play out, because Long Vista is laid out like a brick, and so we lived on Magnolia, it was fly, you know, that it's 30 miles an hour, they go 50, and I mean, lucky, just go from San Pedro Basin over to 51. So there's proposals, Mary Alice, Councilwoman, you know, she's talking to the city planners, which for you, let's put a roundabout, let's slow down some of the traffic, go along this. And hundreds of people show up like, oh, we don't want roundabout. The mayor at the time was Phil Harper, and his wife said, we're not going to run out. I think it's just high. And so they put another traffic light in, and changed some of the timing of the signal went there at Hildebrand, right? And so they made like a no left turn, maybe a couple other changes. The suggestion of roundabout. That's like the only thing that motivated people to show up, you know. But 100 people showed up, they wanted kids. There's no roundabouts. Because of the experience of the law of McCullough, they just, you know, got McCullough and went straight to the roundabout. So you're right, but people have to know how to use the roundabout.
That's true. And you're talking about the one about a picnic meeting over there. That's all I remember that. Sure, that's what it was. You remember it?
Yes, yeah, I know where you're talking.
Because there was, it's an HEB now, but it was Andy here, and I was picnic meeting down there, and the roundabout was right there.
It's going back a few years.
Huh?
It's going back a few years.
That's going back a long years. It's back before I even drove. If I had known we lived on Hollywood, it had, you know, redone the rim, had down there taking off spaces off, and just playing off. I've been playing a long time with that too. That's why Terry used to have them.
Nothing about roundabouts, but I'm involved in the Boy Scout troop way over in Southeast End. And I don't know, some of the stuff we were doing a couple years ago, they were talking about, most of them live south of South Cross and southeast of Roosevelt, down there.
In the Carmel area?
Yeah. And it was, all that stuff growing in people that, you know, cars on the streets and all this stuff. So I'm always about 100 years old. So I said, when I was a kid, I grew up mostly down in D-Town. And when you came to San Antonio on 181, when you got to Loop 13, you could see San Antonio inside Loop 13. Wait, what are you talking about? There's no Loop 13. You must be telling us a story. I said, I hate to tell you, but y'all drive on it all the time. Next week you come back and tell me you saw a sign that says Loop 13. And I go, well, when I was in college, 410 was built. Some of us were idiot enough to just get on it and drive around and see where it went. And the only civilization was our Smart Mall Airport. You could go inside, in about half a mile, whatever it was, and you found town. And 1604 was 2 lane Farm Road and all this stuff. Guess what? Same thing happened. And now you're, you know, 10 miles outside of 1604, and done the next week. I think there were like 9 kids or something, like 7 or 8. We found Route 13, we found Route 13. Where is it? Well, we don't call it that. I said, well, how'd you find it? Well, there's a sign up that says Route 13. No, what else does it say? Well, Southeast Military Drive, or WWY, or, you know, Southwest Military Drive. And I said, okay, did that give you a hint why it was even built? I was 12. Are you sure? Yeah. It's happy you go to Dallas. With 12 on I-35. What's higher? I think you know that he's probably 100 years old.
I remember when Mount Vista was the east suburb of San Antonio, right?
New development. Part of it was Kyle Heights.
Yeah, and then we came out on Heights. And then kind of moved out to Zero Hills.
My father-in-law was in the military army, the medevac pilot. He was in the Korean War. And they used to do marching running drills out on 410, Fort Williams. And then I bought a piece of property over off of, you know where Beckless is on a restaurant and it's in San Diego, it's right there by Alma Heights.
About the uncles?
No, it's Broadway.
Broadway.
It's a street, I can't get in the street, but I found this piece of property. What's that? Butter. It's that 1604 a little bit. Anyways, and there's that restaurant that's on a hill right there, on the right hand side. You're coming in inside 410. Soluna?
Oh, yeah.
It's on a hill, right?
Yeah.
So, a lot of piece of property didn't get some high density, small and stuff, and we did it. But when they were out there and this lady on this piece of property, she was 100 years old. And she's out there smoking, and we're talking to her. She's the original owner of that home. She remembers when there was a horse farm on the other side of that street, and there was no 410, and that entire hill that Solona sits on was excavation from 410.
That's interesting.
That's where they just dumped the dirt. And now there's a restaurant on top of it and everything, yeah, so it was interesting. She had been there since, I think, the late 30s, early 40s, so she'd been there a long time. So there was a horse farm on the other side of that property.
Well, my uncles were one way or another getting divorced now. That's just, I think I was trained back there. And one of the other uncles was in engineering over there, controlling engineering. And one of the other ones was like in the Corps A&M until they got kicked out and they didn't finish the crazy. Imagine that. And they did. So, yeah, but he was so like, it was colonel or something in the army back there. He stayed when the transit authority before it was VIA.
Okay. What was his name?
Felix Tapp. Virginia Tapp, they were in the Conservation Society big time. They started, or some of them started by San Antonio.
Okay.
Back in the day. I remember I used to go to that when I was, and there was some people there, but not like it is now. You can't have to move around. I don't want to go on that anymore. It was nice because, you know, every few people was coming to you, everybody, and now, you know, they're not lying to talk to us. It was like St. Louis down here on us, you know.
You mentioned transit, I always refer to that when we were young down, so the days of transit.
Town line building, you know,
And we look at me like, what are you talking about?
transit building, you know, they used to call it.
The Smith Young Building.
Yeah, I'm thinking of it.
Yeah, we're pretty old around here. He knows more than I do, but I remember when I was.
Well, I'm way older than you think I would.
I don't know, you can't say that much anymore.
We get my next birthday, I'll be 80. So,
I'll be retirement age, so.
I'm sure I'm older than all of you.
You know, I won't retire.
Does anyone retire anymore? That's the thing.
I could, well, I could do so.
Yeah.
I'll have to do physical.
I have some volunteer jobs that I'll give you.
Oh, don't talk to me about that.
Shucks. You're the ideal person. I'm glad you're up for your after
I'm sure you
retirement.
would. Line me up. I have plenty to do. Maybe why not pay for it? She's good. I don't know.
Well, they give you a
Before she
call.
got the firm, you know, at a certain age.
How's my name on
I don't know. That's how I look at it. My sister is a deputy managing partner of Huntington Andrews Group. I'm like, are you going to retire? She said, well, they're going to make me in a year. So.
We have
have not adopted mandatory retirement policies.
It's probably a good thing.
If we do, we'll just adjust the year on every year. How many do you want to change that number? I don't know, you know, I know attorneys particularly. Working their nights.
And then it goes according to the code.
Okay, I'm probably not gonna be very productive when I'm 9 years old, but I know that's like every 5 years.
Would you speed this up?
I don't really think I'm starting to look at the hours I used to. That's the big thing. Because I just don't have the concentration level that I did when I was. I mean, I had a lot more wisdom, but I was
No,
concentration.
she just decided she wasn't coming back.
Yeah, but the ability to do advice today. That's like that. Values.
After so many years of experience, it's kind of like second nature. And then you got training. You get trained everybody. That's the one.
The thing I'll cut out at some point was just, I mean.
How does your other have doing the last few days compared to a week or so ago? That first one.
So much easier to call meetings now. No reason at all.
That's, yeah.
Seriously, no reason at all, other than bill.
I don't do any litigation, I don't do any litigation at all over firm, so, you know, what about that?
Me either.
It's, from a quality of life standpoint, it's great.
You know,
Nothing's happening, like, there's no fires to put out on Friday night. There's some guy on the other side, decides to ruin your weekend. You have no friends doing that.
transactional business and things like that, so.
But you didn't work it.
Sometimes I watch the litigation. Try to have you, when you go down, I haven't been to, Zion Court 20 years, I guess. They used to be playing the right distance. Go down there, you go down, you gotta get at 8 o'clock. And if you go at 8 or 8:30, you got a better chance of getting your hearing before they, but if you get there at 9 o'clock, you're there all day. And they say, go here, go there, go there. Never get out of there. And we find something. How much?
Wheels of justice, they turn very slowly.
When did you start that?
Gosh, the practicing 22 years now, so it's a lot of years.
38 for me. Seems like yesterday.
Yeah. You know, it's one of those things, though, you know, it takes about the first 10 years to figure out how everything works, you know. So lots of really sharp, you know, lawyers out there, but I think just gotta figure out how to balance practice your life, and advise clients, and do all the stuff that makes take years.
You know what's interesting to me is all CLE now, is about how to do that. I'm serious, that very little about the law, all about how to balance it.
Yeah.
Because we're attorneys, like, I talk more like they commit suicide, become drug
Become
addict,
alcoholics,
alcoholics.
yeah.
I'm serious. They are, and I've seen it happen.
You know, I came out of law school here, they were mandating, you know, come out of law school and first CLE you have to take is that life balance thing, you know, and it was all the negative statistics, you know. You're probably gonna shoot yourself, bring yourself dead, or, you know.
It's not mine.
Seriously, they make you watch this video and someone gets up and tells a story about how, you know, I was a lawyer and I got this bar.
So you the guy up in Pennsylvania, that's what I watched.
It's-
But he'll tell you worse now that he got this warrant, because he was stealing client trust funds, and he was going out and buying drugs, and he was drinking.
Sleep with clients, that's
Sleep
all
with
it's like.
clients. But reason lots of,
The village has to check off all the boxes.
he's a great one to talk.
But we've had some high-profile attorneys
Antonio, in recent years, who have been caught doing misappropriation, client loans, et cetera.
It's crazy. That's the toughest thing. I mean, that's why I came out here. I worked in San Antonio for exactly 2 months and said this.
Or don't.
Well, he was trying to make me stand at midnight every night. I didn't do this. There's more to life than this. I'll do it every once in a while. 2 to 3 weeks in a row.
You know, it's
Great choice.
definitely the expectation now with kids, young people coming out of law school, and any profession, right, is, you know, work from home, especially folks in college during COVID. And their whole perception of the office is very different from the office, right? And the idea that working 9 to 5 it can be a challenge. I'm not young. I'm younger than the two of you.
Our 10-3.
Yeah, it's kind of
I'm with a profession though, so.
But I think there's a change in relationship with the office environment. But, you know, if you look at all the studies, you know, I read Wall Street Journal every day, and it's always, you know, at least once a week there's some story about how there's a new study talking about how socialization skills that have just been lost. But the mentorship, right? The idea that, you know, I'm a fresh young lawyer, and I can learn from old wise one, you know, and or accountant or banker or whatever it is, whatever your job is, there's someone who's sitting in that office who's been doing a lot of years, who can help guide you, teach you, introduce you to folks in the industry, help you grow up. And I think a lot of that was lost. When COVID was part of that, but I think there was already a great
Because of social media, this is actually socializing.
Yeah, it's strange.
I saw something at 6 o'clock this morning, news of some study out who did it. And the impact that you giving your 1.5-year-olds tablets.
Yes.
To play with. They have no social skills then, and for the next like 5 to 7 years where they track some of them, they don't know how to communicate face to face with anybody because it's not in the little square box and have a bunch of buttons. And I've made comments to people that social psychology related to you don't have certain developmental things as you're growing up. You never get developed when you're 13 years old. It's just changed the whole society.
You know what's interesting, Dave? It would be really interesting to see the study of how you would pick a jury as opposed to we would pick a jury. Because you grew up at a time of social media and stuff like that. And sometimes the social skills about reading a person, you don't like meet them face to face as much as we used to have to meet them face to face.
Oh, you're just a proxy for them.
I mean, maybe that's where you are. But I'm still saying, well, my son's going to law school. I mean, you know, he's doing the online program at St. Mary's, and he works at Southwest Research as an engineer all day, and what else does that? Oh, he's mama, he's not daddy. Or she knows what I mean. But, you know, I keep telling him, you don't learn to go out and meet people, do stuff, shake hands and whatever. And then you'll learn how to read how a person, what they're doing and how they feel. Are they negatively reacting to you? Are they positively reacting to you? You know, what are their feelings when you touch on one subject? I'm wondering if that skill is going to end up being someone lost. I don't know. But is it easy for you to read people? I don't know, because I don't know if I get it right. I don't know if I get it right, but I enjoy people. Yeah, that's a good thing. If you go and meet with them, I know you can meet people. You know how to meet people.
I mean, I grew up with social media stuff. 171, so.
I mean, yeah, that's all we ever did. You go out and form with different groups of people and understand what's going on. That's what it takes. That's what I keep telling him. I mean, he's just, they sit on that computer and go to class. I mean, that's what, they go to St. Mary's 3 times during the semester.
During a semester?
Yeah.
3 times a week?
Yeah, 3 times a semester.
Wow.
else online? They have like little boxes on there.
It's a dream. We did part of our law school, about, yeah, exactly,
Your
a
third
year
year?
and a half. Yeah, out of the first year and all of the second year was online. It's on Zoom. And it's just, that screen is noise, honestly. I don't enjoy it. I don't learn. You always ask questions, interact with your classmates. I don't know. That's all part of the learning experience. It really was. Just that.
It's different. I think a lot of it you get in college, you get in high school, and this kind of thing. So my assistant, Gabby, she graduated from Texas Tech, and she graduated in 3 years. And I said, why would you listen to 3 years in college? It's the best 4 or 5 or 6 years of your life. Why would you? She said, and you know, she had extracurriculars, she had a sorority, you know, so I said, why would you have such a short period? So it's all during COVID, so everything was online, like even like sorority. So all even the social aspects are all virtual. So it's like, you know, I could take 18 hours a semester because there's really nothing else to do. You're sitting in your apartment. I love college. Best years ever. But, you know, it's just a great experience. You don't have to go to school anymore. I graduated there. No, you know, when I went to law schools, when I got out, I was, I was having a great time in college. I knew, yeah, San Antonio, because a lot of my friends are still in San Antonio. If I go to law school, I will never study. I'll be the same people every day, same parties, all that. So I said, I want something that's kind of close. Two other Texas are close to Texas. SMU, UH, looked at Tulane, just because I thought it'd be kind of fun to look at New Orleans. And then I realized, I don't know who knows the radio. And then, around the same time, she had a cousin who was on the board of relations for the University of Tulsa. And she said, hey, why don't you go look, you know, something. Like, I know nothing about Tulsa, Oklahoma. I can tell some, there are like 0 distractions there. You know, met her cousin, he's like, oh yeah, that's great, we should go to the law library, we look good. And so I ended up in Oklahoma for 3 years. So, you know, they've got, they're not dry, but they have, you know, limitations on alcohol, come out, and Tulsa is pretty cool. It's a beautiful city. That's like at the edge of their, they call it Green It's like Coconut. But, you know, very good distractions. Really boring, it's a great place. It's just fun to focus on your studies.
Southwest
Texas. Yourself, yeah, Texas State.
That was a great job. George State was just graduated from there.
Is that when they were the party capital?
Oh, yeah.
Party
And I can imagine a lot of it. Tell them about that. Wow.
You drive down, you visited the county line.
Oh, sure. We went to, then it was a skeleton, and then it became, they changed the name about every 3 years.
Drink this, our council's coming back. Or the door open.
Way back before you got to Southwest Texas too, where the county line stuff was out there was there used to be a lot of deaths of college students before the 4 lane was made to the county line.
Really?
There and even if possible, I think it was. The state made 4 lanes from the college town to the county line, where the next county sold alcohol to eliminate so many drunk driving auto accidents. And that's how that ended up being on 123 from Guadalupe County line back into St. Marcos. In the same way, whatever the highway was over.
Well, this was back in the day when 18 was the drinking age, and we had a place called Jeremiah's Reading Mill, and it was about 2 blocks off campus. And from 4 to 7, we had 3 to 1 drink. Wow. That's what we used, it only took two. They give you 2 information jar? Wow. It was fun. There were lots of people, still know lots of them from back when.
Good. Keep up with it.
Yeah, you end up, I probably know more about professors now from this level than I did back then. I had, I went into the ag business. Because I was coming back to, that's what I was going to do, come back to the ranch and farm and do that. And you know, all these doctors, you know, my brother ran the ag mechanic show, the stock show in Houston and San Antonio. And he had all those professors come and judge all the projects. And so I met them all through him. After you graduate, something happens, it's really interesting. A lot of them. You're outliving everybody. They were great guys. They had one, he taught George Spray a bunch of stuff. So George always had him come. He gets you tickets to where Olympia. I think they still have Olympia too. That was a visit. Have you ever heard of that, Olympia? It was in San Marcos, like late September, early October.
I'm from the area. The valley. We had a wooden nickel, but it rang a bell.
So was my associate over here. She came from the valley too. So she grew up in Brownsville.
I'm also from the valley.
Really?
I'm from the county, or Mission, but
Welcome to Central Texas.
No, we said wooden nickel. We have a wooden nickel in Edinburgh.
Yes.
Yeah, we have all good team on wooden nickels.
All right, back in. It's so nice you can't get way up north, you stay.
This is so hot.
Yeah.
Oh, this one, 3 hours?
There, I know where you're going.
All right, we're after 9.
We have to back here.
Oh.
Here, take care of this.
These guys said predict things like predict the weather, look for rain.
That was so beautiful.
I did tell you 8:30. I'm off by 40 minutes already.
Like I said, take a break. Well, I'll take.
I'm up at 5:15 either way, so.
Driving over there, discovered people forgot how to drive.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh.
As soon as it rained, I mean, the first thunderclap, the siren was already, there was already an ambulance. Like,
There we got rear-ended all the way here.
No.
Oh, no.
No damage.
It wasn't in Castro, it wasn't St. Thomas.
Well, you know those crazy San Antonio drivers.
I'm going, I tried to follow him and stuff.
no, don't ever try to fall. I know you're an attorney, you can litigate, but you can't litigate from the grave. So.
But no damage.
Only works if you're alive.
Can't really get your way out of death.
All right, so administrative procedure here, okay, so we're going to reconvene in open session at 9:13. And we are going to discuss one item and then we'll go, okay, got it.
Return to executive session.
Yes. Okay, so we are, you ready? We're reconvening at 9:13. We've come back from executive session on one item, and that is the Flat Creek LP Kingfish Development Agreement. On that, do I have a motion to approve?
I make a motion of adopting ordinance entering into a development agreement with Dickerson, I don't mean to butcher this name, Tosh Properties LLC, Crown Money LLC, and KF Flat Creek LP.
I'll second.
And before you call for a vote, if you want to have some discussion.
Yes, so for discussion, we'd have Clay Binford.
Sure. Clay Binford, representing the city as special counsel. Tonight you have a development agreement before you. This is a similar form that we have adopted in the past, and this controls the prospective development of this property that is directly to the north of Highway 90 on the opposite side, or the north side of the Terry Dickerson property at Flat Creek, where they're doing all of the earthwork to reconfigure that drainage route. It's on the the eastern boundary of the Alsatian Oaks property. This development agreement has many characteristics that we've implemented as being standard, primarily being the fact that it is completely at risk to the developer. There is no city money that is put at stake. There are no ratepayers or taxpayers of the existing city of Castroville that are exposed by the commitments that are included within this agreement. What this does do is it obligates the developer to, one, close on the property within 30 days from the date hereof for his land contract with the sellers of that property, at which point in time those sellers will fall away from the agreement and it will only remain with the developer. He has to petition for inclusion of a portion of the property into the city's ETJ. It currently is not. Once that happens, he will have to petition for the entirety of the property to be annexed into the city. As you're aware, annexation can only occur voluntarily by the owner of property. And even now, since the passage of the last legislative session, if you are in the ETJ and you would like to be excluded from that, that only requires a simple petition request. So we actually have a property owner that is voluntarily coming into the city. Upon annexation, that property will be subject to taxation. The city keeps all of the property taxes. So does the county, so does the school district for all development within that property. In addition, the developer has committed to development standards that are in excess of those that the city or the county can impose upon any developer to include within their development, but for a contractual agreement to do so. These include things like minimum standards on houses, the house sizes, the masonry construction, dark sky lighting compliance, the requirement for underground buried utilities. There's a litany of items that they've agreed to that they are going to build and incorporate into their development that, but for this agreement, you could not impose that they do unilaterally. And in exchange for that, we're going to, after they close on the property, consider a petition for creation of a public improvement district that will allow them to impose upon only the development within the geographic footprint of this property, no other property, an assessment that can reimburse the developer over time for the investment in public infrastructure, streets, drainage, water, that will ultimately be transferred to, the ownership transferred to the city. So that is in exchange for that, they get to recoup some of their development costs for public infrastructure only, and then for all of that, the city gets the things that I just described. It's an agreement that we've done before. This is a good group of developers that have negotiated in good faith with the city, and I think have come to terms to an agreement that I can stand before you here today and recommend.
Great, thank you. And I do want to address something. You know, we've spent a little over a year learning about what makes our city and how we're trying to grow as Castroville. And I'll be honest with you, we asked for a lot of things, and they didn't agree to a lot of the things that we have been aspirationally moving toward. But part of this is that they have been moving, they're in business, they've been moving for the past year while we've been learning. And so, and they have committed to some fairly substantial changes that have been to the benefit. And so I do want to hit that head on, because we have committed to doing things better to the citizens of Castroville, trying to grow as Castroville and not as Anywhere USA. And I feel like this, although this doesn't get us to the end game, this gets us a little bit closer. This is an incremental change that is fair to, more than fair to the city. I think it's fair to the developer, and I think it's a good cooperation. I do want to address the fact that we didn't completely get there, but we are on our way to achieving that, and we need to be practical and reasonable through this process. So I'm very pleased with the interaction that we've had with the developer, the commitment that they've given to us, and I do believe that this is going to be something that will add to the quality of the city as it develops. All right, do we have any other discussion?
I was just going to say that to tack on to what you said, it will also give us an opportunity to see some of those goals, those aspirations realized, and let other people see them as well.
Absolutely. Anybody else? Great, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you for your partnership.
Thank you, guys.
We are,
Who seconded?
Councilman Carey? We're going to go back into executive session at 9:19. We were going to keep you here this entire time, but we figured it would be nice.
You can only have so many conversations.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll get into it. Good. All right, keep rolling along.
Yeah, it was way back before you guys were okay.
I'm sure. Something tells me that this requirement much longer of this development, where carries out the third one.
Nobody's ever, I've never done any work on it. The only development agreements that I had was with Taylor. So we've done the utility service agreement that we've negotiated, and that hasn't been much maybe for that either. I haven't collected anything off of any of the stuff that's written for.
The question is, Caleb's killed.
I mean, the deal's dead. I gotta go redo the whole thing again if they come back. And so, there's that one, but these guys put their own money up.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that. We thought part of that was for this city. That's where I got this, because Jerry was doing the LUE. I mean, he kind of did it as an all-encompassing thing.
Right, but it's 3 different development agreements.
Right. Where's the other development? There's this one?
Taylor and then else, or his areas, the USA and everything that's gonna go on with that, if there's anything else.
You're talking about the 6 acre behind on Caleb?
There's that too, I'm talking about the
front part.
The front USA that we negotiated for the 50 LUEs that we paid for. That's with you that had to come to the city either.
Okay, so those 50, so you got 800 LUEs and 700.
No, they're two different.
But it's different. One, the 50 was actually for Caleb.
But the 50 was also out of phase 1. The 800 is all out of phase 2. There isn't anything yet other than he's paid for a portion of the diligence on that.
Right.
He had the 50 that he wanted out of the excess from what Collins paid for.
Right.
So he had to pay Collins for that back.
Right.
He gave you the money, it's in your IOLTA account, I think.
Yeah, probably so.
So, but we've negotiated the USA, but now it's we're done. I don't know why they haven't agreed to it. So that's one agreement. Second agreement was with Kaylee. That was all the dark sky shit and all the development agreements and everything else. We did all of that, and it died because they couldn't get textile approval of the road. There's also the 6 acres north of that was going to be Terry's, anyone north of the grain bins. Nothing's ever been done about that, but that's sitting out there. Then there was Kingfish, who's got the actual full-blown development agreement that we just approved right now. So those are 4 different agreements.
And the other one's the front part.
That's the USA with the 50 LUEs. And so all of that, he paid a $25,000 deposit to the city that hasn't been released from the city for anything.
So the 50 LUEs, so part of those are going to Caleb, part of them are going over to the southern part, to the where Terry's developing. So I really need to release those to y'all somehow.
Well,
I need to get Terry to.
Well, yeah, because the LUEs from Caleb, that all died in that agreement. And they originally wanted 30-something, then we wanted 30 cost. Well, then when they saw the cost, they dropped to 13. So we had it down to 13, and they didn't want that either. Right. So what they're gonna do is they're gonna build their facility up there, and then they're gonna pay an impact fee and try and get it hooked up. But they haven't done the infrastructure, so I think that line was supposed to come around the back of them. And y'all were kind of like negotiating with Enduro. I don't know, I just throw my business and say, y'all figure it out.
That makes sense.
It does.
Dina will tell you, excuse me, get up off your butt, my bowl is empty.
Well, hold on, he was barking, I said last time it was 1:30 when I fed him that morning, to get breakfast. And they need to hurry, we got 6 minutes.
6 minutes on the battery.
Our battery goes on. We don't have a quorum, so we can't do it yet. Get in here, folks. I told my grandson, which he's young, he said, I may go back to Austin. I said, well, you can spend the night. He said, well, I'm just gonna work part-time, or half a day tomorrow or something. He said, so I can sleep in. He said, I may drive back, so I don't mind driving back. I said, it's up to you.
May not have any traffic.
He shouldn't, he's on the other side, he's out by Circle C, which is off the low part.
Yeah.
Him and his roommate.
The policy is that you have to have an X-ray and 6
It's all
weeks
grown
of
up now.
treatment before
Before
you
you
can
take
have
the
an
MRI.
Well, nobody told me that.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Ready to go to the pain and trial and tribulation.
I'm going to appeal. So, look, I know about sprains. I've been doing this for,
You're
60
going,
years.
you're going for a second
Can we,
opinion.
can we take a bet on this? Take dinner on who's gonna win your appeal?
No,
Go for a second opinion.
You gotta try.
I did, well.
You don't try, you'll never know it.
My sister-in-law, who's a physician, suggested appealing, and at the time I went, And then I realized, no, that means I need to go through 6 weeks.
All right, Deborah, just let me know when you're ready.
Physical therapy before they'll give me.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna learn anything in physical
Ready?
therapy.
I did physical.
Okay, we're going to reconvene at 9:49. We already, we have no decisions out of our second part of the executive session. Last item is discussion on future agenda items. Does anybody have anything that they want to point out that they've got on the pending agenda list, or have I missed anything that you put on there?
Not I.
No.
But I'm gonna, I can't say unless I did that.
Well, you can say if you want to put something on and go put it
I
on.
want to put something on.
Okay, what are you going to put on?
For the second meeting in September, I want to just kind of update an update of the Historic Landmark Commission ordinance.
Okay, and you're familiar with which one he's talking about, Scott?
Nope.
The landmark commission ordinance, you mean?
Historic Landmark
Well,
Commission ordinance that we discussed in your office
You're
yesterday.
talking about the, I'm sorry, the historic district.
No, HLC.
Historic
What
Landmark
has to go in front of the HLC?
Yeah, but the historic district and the HLC's purview over the 96 properties.
And what does our ordinance actually say? I think there was some interpretation
Yeah.
questions on there.
About the difference between property and lot and what's covered and what's not covered.
Right.
Yeah.
So you want to update on the HLC
So
ordinance?
I'll volunteer to make that okay, but it's after visiting with the HLC and Scott and Brianna and Paul, because he knows about that, because he was on it when it was created,
No, I was on it long after it was created.
long after it was created. It was created in the
Okay.
1830s.
Anything else?
That was just last
Can,
week.
can we get an update on how the Amersco contract's going?
Yeah, we need one of those. Yeah.
Okay.
That
Do
way
you
we-
remember to put that on the pending agenda list?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. That's a good idea. I like it.
Or just send me an email and we'll.
Okay.
Something.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I'd like you to get in the habit of putting it on there anyway. I think
Well,
it'd be
but my
helpful.
question is, so in the past, we've had to have people submit agenda items. Can they just should we just do away with that and just, if you have an agenda item, put it on the pending?
Honestly, I think it's.
I'm fine with that.
I think it's best if you frame it up, if it's something as simple as, let's get an update, then just put it down there. If we're talking about some new business, I would ask you to fill out that, just so that we can help prioritize things, and if it feels like it's not an emergency, we might ask you to put it off for a little bit, but it just helps us frame up that question. And it helps in
Oh, yeah.
organizing this.
We also have a written record of what's up there, so
Yeah.
that's good.
And the date that you submitted it,
Yeah.
and so. Something else that Councilman Mers wanted to get on here, and I think it's a part of a bigger discussion, is about tree biodiversity. He was expressing concern about some large percentage of the trees in Country Village are oak trees, and he's concerned about, what happens if a contractor comes in with a piece of equipment that is infected with oak wilt and you could knock out all the trees. So you want to talk about that. I expressed that it's probably a part of the landscape portion of our UDO. So I think it's best if we just make sure that it's included in there. So I don't know that we need to do that. But kind of along that lines, when we look at development standards, I think these happen through workshops, through public meetings, through the UDO process, making sure that we're covering those. One thing I don't know that this is a part of the UDO, but I think that we need to discuss our municipal building standards in terms of what do we expect for new construction. We're asking our developers to do things that are nicer. I feel like it is disingenuous of us not to set the standard for honoring our vernacular. And a great example of the way that Scott has kind of looked at beginning this is by having Brantley Hightower, who literally wrote the book on Texas courthouses, be the exterior architect for this building. But it's having that level of attention to that. I'd like to talk it through and then get a council. I don't think it's a workshop. I think it's a discussion. So I'll frame that up a little bit better. I'd actually like to see if I can get somebody of the quality of like a Michael Ember to come in and do our next what do you call it, episode of the Journey series and talk about design standards and the importance of doing that from a government standpoint.
Architectural design or development design?
Architectural design. So we have a lot of municipal buildings that we're looking at in terms of potentially a new, working with the ESD on a new emergency building, whether it's fire police. We're looking at new public works yard. We're looking at this new community center in the park. And part of this is really to make sure that that we are in agreement about when we approach a new project like this, what do we want to put in terms of what our design standards need to, what policies they need to follow, who we need to engage, how we should think about that. And it's really to get on the same page. I think that there have been a couple of times where I feel like I've been off base with city staff on some of the decisions, and I want to make it very clear that we're on the same page.
I think that might be appropriate if you want to do our CIP, if you think that would be, because that's when you're going to be talking about future facilities, capital, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think
certainly
that's
you do
fine.
one off as well, but.
So we'll figure out what that looks like. I wanted to tee that up with you and see if everybody was okay with that, and we'll get that on the agenda list. Okay.
Sounds interesting.
Anything else? Then we are adjourned at 9:55.